Hey yo. Okay. Okay. I played you NATO wave music because why not? Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Man, I wish I was sleeping. Had to drive and then drive some more and then drive some more. I was driving from work home and then from home to the store and then back home and then more. I've been basically working and driving the whole day. This is my rest. I use my free time to come here and drink fucking beer and watch NATO Wave Eastern Flank 2023. Ah, it doesn't have 2023. Here's the polls. That was a revenge one. Fuck, that was a revenge one. But it's 1812. You are Napoleon? I am. I wish I was. Moskva. How are you doing there, Slippers? How is life? How is Poland doing? I got some shit beer. I got my beer leftovers from the what's the word? There's a word. Grape harvesting, which was yesterday, by the way. Yesterday was the grape harvesting. It was okay. It was acceptable. I felt sick just before, and then I went there, and then I felt even worse. So now I'm at home, kind of recovering. Now I'm at home. The rest of the day I wasn't. I was at work because you can't take days off work to recover from, family events. It turns out. So yeah, I'm surviving. I just woke up nice. I feel ya. I hope you get enough sleep for the both of us. I hope you get those fresh 8 hours. Dude, if I ever manage to be getting 8 hours of sleep daily, I'm going to conquer the fucking world. Do I even have the thing back? Do you have great beer? I think it's shit, but I haven't tried it. It's supposed to be like a cheap brand. By the way, Taiwan, listen, I thought of you today. I was thinking of what I'm gonna do this weekend. Check this out. Check this out. If you wanna be coming to Croatia this weekend, I'm just saying, we're having a craft beer festival. We're having a craft beer festival. Where's the proper website of this? Who the fuck knows? I live in Croatia, I don't really do proper websites. But we're having a craft beer festival in the old part of the city. Here's the old part of the city. I'm really looking forward to it. I want to go and try so many beers. It looks like this. This is the old part of the city. It's the oldest one. So cars can't go through the most of it. Some parts cars can go, but most of it is meant for just walking. It's basically this. I don't know where there's... here it is. This is like the bird's view. This is what it looks like. This is the old part of the city. And this is where the craft beer thing is going to be. There's like the main street, I think, is this one. So it's gonna be along this one and this one probably. Who the hell knows? I wasn't ever on festivals in that part previously, because usually there's too many people and it's too expensive. But now that I actually have, quite some cash money saved, plus going to be getting my paycheck this week, I'm hoping to go there. I'm hoping to buy enough weird beers to have a little stash until I can get my order from the NAFO beer. And then I'm just hoping to be happy. North Korea, oh yeah, good luck with that. I've seen that. I've seen people claiming there's gonna be soldiers provided too. Like I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how realistically I see that. Do we think North Korea is gonna send soldiers to Russia? But yeah, when it comes to their equipment, they could. Hey, I don't know who's gonna be here. I wasn't able to find much information. We are very shit when it comes to info. Could it be here maybe? I learned about it like yesterday. Oh, maybe we could learn more on Facebook. I learned about it yesterday only. Nothing was posted about it before. Oh, nice. There's a list. There's a list. Okay, this is cool. Vukovar, Slavonika, Primarius, Vinkovci, Razum, Osječka, kod Baranjca, lepi dečki, Mali Div, Gaba Gaba. Oh, we got foreign beers here. So if I find something Estonian, I'm gonna let you know. If I find something on that one little stand that we have for foreigners, I'll let you know that there was something on the one little stand for foreigners. Everything else just seems to be locals. I don't know for some of these, but like the ones that I recognize are ours. Funky brewery. Who's that? A Fabrik. Beckers? Why does Beckers sound familiar? But yeah, most of the locals. I'm hoping to see a lot of weird beers. I'm hoping that the Balkan soul, you know, shines from the inside and we get something that you don't really see in all of the other, you know, craft beer bullshit around the world. I'm hoping to see something unique. I'm hoping to see some good stuff. There's one of them, I don't know which one it is. Hrvatsko craft pivo. One of them, I still haven't gotten to try it, but it makes beers with oh nice, Kumsko. This sounds good. I need to get this. It makes beers with names from Croatian folklore culture, and I really like that as the idea, you know. So there's like you know, stronger, more evil characters for like stronger beer, and then the softer ones have good characters on them, shit like that. It's like, it's kind of wholesome, and I like it. I like the idea of it. I like how uniquely Croatian it is, and I'm hoping to see that. I'm hoping to see something like that, something, you know, where they have a little story behind why they make specific beers and why the names are as they are. I just like having fun. Some are rare? Ooh. Are there some good styles that are rare? Is there, if I told you, hey, I'm going to my first craft beer festival, what, like if I could try one sole beer at a craft beer festival and my main motivation was to try something different, what would you recommend? My main motivation is to try some type of beer that I have never tried before. There's a reasonable expectations of it being good. I'm okay with weird shit though. The one that I've tried, there's like a really good pizzeria here, and I ordered the beer. It was something Blue Moon beer? Is it Blue Moon? This one, and you get it with an orange. I've tried this. This was very, very interesting. You get it with like an orange slice in it, and the beer itself is not actually that nice tasting, but like the orange slice absolutely improves it. I was kind of surprised by it. I was surprised by how much it added to the taste, because when you actually taste the beer, you don't really taste much, dude. You don't really taste much. Like the orange, kind of the smell improves it and everything, so it's like you feel it so much differently because of it, even though as you're drinking, you're aware that the beer itself doesn't really have a strong taste. That was really, really cool. Shit, wait, let me say this. Chili stout exists? I need to oh shit, I need to find that. Wait, let me save all of these. Let me save all of those. So if I see them somewhere, I know to take them. I'm really interested in chili. What's chili stout? Is it actually spicy? Like, would it actually be spicy as fuck? Does it get you more drunk if it's spicy, or does it get you less drunk if it's spicy? What does it do? Hey, by the way, guys, I've saved a bunch of stuff, and I have to show you the bunch of stuff that I've saved, okay? Big news have happened, too. I need to talk to you about that. Big news have happened. Big news being that Ukraine has managed to launch an attack and destroy some Russian ships. Which was, of course, beautiful as always. Now, what Russia's gonna do about this, who the fuck knows? I found this the best meme ever. I've seen so many of them about like stupid ass Musk. What's his name? Starlink. Starlink did go down a little bit while the attack was happening, by the way. Fun fact. There's still debates over whether it was a coincidence or not. I'm leaning towards it being a coincidence. I don't really think Musk would turn it off. But there's something so funny about people trying to figure out whether he panicked in the middle of the night because he got calls from Russians and then he quickly went to turn it off. So I like the fact no one trusts the little bitch anymore. Save this of Shoigu being asked if they're going to win. And he just goes. German military aid, we got more shit. I don't know how much of these shits you particularly recognize or care about. You know my stuff with war equipment. If it has caterpillars, it's a tank, that's it. But so far, very, very useful. Thank you, Germany, for still supplying us. Thank you very, very, very much. Incredible coming from them. Also, we got update on Gonzalo Lira. So that's also interesting to me. I remember people have talked for a while about the possibility of him just being fucking evaporated. Because apparently he has been really active on Twitter for a while. So Sarah gave us an update on the little piece of shit who is going to go to a trial.
So this morning I testified in the case of the Ukrainian authorities against Gonzalo Lira. I can't say anything else beyond that based off of national security issues. However, I will say that Mr. Lira was healthy, he was engaged, he, along with his attorney, was active in his defense, which included questioning me directly by both his attorney and Mr. Lira himself. And ultimately, I have no doubt that the rule of law will be applied fairly, and the court system is most definitely
Goody, but I don't think so.
Here in Ukrainian society. Slava Ukraini. So this morning I testified.
Got a button for a second. I was like, who? I actually, no, what's the thing? So far, most of my beer drinking experience has been very, do you want to say bland? I want to say bland, yeah. I want to say bland. I was just kind of happy with drinking Osieczko, to be honest. Osieczko is really, really good. It's a local beer, and I was just happy with it for the longest time. So when I started straying away from it, which was very, very recent, I think the way I did it and the way I continued to do it for quite a while was that I can't really compare between different beers because in my mind I still don't know what different types of beers there are. So I'll be trying like one type of a beer one day and then another the second day, but because the day has passed in between, I don't really know how to compare them. I just find them good. I think there's a part of me that just really likes beer, which may be a bit weird. So I'm kind of happy to go to the craft beer festival because they're supposed to be giving you like little, you're supposed to be getting like little tasties. And I'm kind of hyped about getting to try different types, one after the other, in, of course, very limited amounts, to figure out the difference. I want to figure out the difference. One strike because they deserve a strike. True though, true they do. Don't like Pilsners. Now I'm gonna try Pilsner and the whole time I'm gonna be like, why do I want to dislike this? What is wrong with it? Something's gonna be wrong with it. Something has to be. I've just been drinking the basic bitch beer, my dude. I think I've even tried that one. No, I think I've tried IPA. And which one? Man, I don't even remember. I remember that one chocolate beer that I've tried and that has been a disappointment. No, caramel. It was caramel. It wasn't chocolate. It was caramel and it was a disappointment. It tasted just like very strong beer, and that was it. Nothing else interesting in the taste. It was kind of sad. I was like, damn, is it gonna have like aroma or something? No, it had nothing. It had nothing. It was just existing. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at the beauty of this. Okay, make this shit your what's the word? Cover on your phone thing. Look at this. Just Russian shit burning it down. Beautiful. But also, when it was burning down, a panic began in Sevastopol. The police received information that saboteurs were operating in the city, and they sent several outfits to search for them. One of them mistook an armed military patrol for saboteurs and opened fire on his own. As a result, 4 people were killed, 3 soldiers and 1 policeman, which, doing the Nazification, like actually, like fucking actually. What else did I say? Oh, this Kaya Kallas, letting us know that according to the European Commission, member states mustn't allow cars with Russian license plates to enter European Union. As of this morning, Russian-registered vehicles can't enter Estonia from Russia. So also quite good. Also quite good. I do hope more countries join this. Also, I hope it's gonna be enforced properly, because I'm already seeing people claim that, you know, there's going to be a healthy dose of corruption involved in this, because already some cars are apparently being allowed to cross. So, and also, I have 2 stories that I've saved for you that I need to update you on before we move on to European Union. 2 important stories. One of them having something to do with... Actually, both of them have something to do with European Union, and both of them have something to do with Italy. This is the first one, because there's a Russo-Italian politician, Irina Osipova, who recently got very, very close to Italian Senate. This is her. Now, here she doesn't look too problematic, but that is because you haven't seen her images with fucking war criminals. Where the fuck is that one specific one? This one. You probably know both dudes in this image. You probably recognize both dudes from this image, because of fucking course you do. She has gotten to... She's doing something with finances, I don't know, bureaucracy in the Italian Senate, who the fuck knows. She earned some... it was like a competition for young people in Italy to earn the right to work with the Senate. And yeah, she managed to get that. Her father is Oleg Osipov, who is former director of the Russian Center of Science and Culture in Rome. Basically a form of Russian soft power, because of course. Dog killer dude who likes to collect Ukrainian soldier ears. Oh yeah, the one on the left, right? The one on the left. The one on the right is the one who was recently arrested, and then the Russisch cried about it. That's him. So he tried to build a proper life in the European Union, and of course you can't really build a proper life pretending you didn't go around murdering people for a very long time. So yeah, one thing that I find interesting about this is that this photo was taken in 2015. She actually published it on her Facebook. Russisch were celebrities, basically, in Russia in 2015. Like, I know they crossed over the border in 2014, right? I think it's kind of common knowledge at this point that they were among the first to cross over and to do horrible, horrible shit. Just like the fact that Russians knew about this all the time. Russians had to know about this. They couldn't have been deceived about this. They had to know about this. I don't know. It lightly disturbs me. It's the same type of a feeling I get when remembering how Russians have complained that their dead loved ones have been killed in Ukraine 2014, 2015, and they still haven't gotten the cash money that they were supposed to get for their loved ones going to fight there. Like, you knew this was the invasion all the time. You knew what was happening all the time. It's not like you also were misled into thinking this was a civil war within Ukraine. You knew. It's just, it's deeply disturbing they're still existing in the same form of a state, even though they knew. They had to know. There was no chance for them to miss it. So, yeah, I don't know. Quite disturbing. She did get very, very close though, but there's quite an outrage being raised over this, of course, as deserved. So I'm hoping to see Meloni do something about this. Oh, parliamentary assistant. She got a position after participating in a public competition in 2019, which did not require any kind of authorization. She was accepted as an assistant due to the dire need of new workforce in Palazzo Madama, the upper house of the Italian parliament in Rome. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I really hope that Meloni does something about this and kicks her out, because this is fucking ridiculous. And also, oh, there's a petition. Oh, there's a petition. Nice, great. And also another thing happening, also having to do something with Italy, and Stonenko made a post about this too, is this dude who is a war criminal who is right now chilling in Italy. Right now, I mean, this morning he was. I don't know if he's still there. But yeah, he took a little break from killing Ukrainians, and then he went on a little vacation in Italy, which, surprise, surprise, happens to be a country in Europe, which he said is going to disappear soon. So interesting that he is, going for a vacation in the rotten West. But yeah. Now, Stonenko was quite a big public figure, which made a post on this, commenting that, hey, there's a Russian war criminal right now, right here in Italy, do something about this. So I'm also wondering to see if something is going to happen as a result of this one. Basically, two quite big stories about two Russians in Italy currently who should not be allowed to be fucking there. So we'll see how that goes. And also I saved this because I was looking into Ukrainian trade unions yesterday. You know how there's like this one talking point that Zelensky banned all the left-wing parties in Ukraine and the trade unions of Ukraine? He didn't. They have like two trade federations? The fuck are they called? I don't remember the term. I've read it in Croatian first, and then I switched over. But like they're both very active, and you can follow them around. You can look into what's happening with them. You can follow their posts. I have some of them posts saved here. I wanted to like go through them a little bit. But like they're doing well. They're existing quite well. Also, this field hospital is something that I'm really hyped about. Also, shit, I saved so many things. I saved this in St. Petersburg, Russia. Where they're doing a little. It's just they are being very opposed to the war. As you can see, there's a big part of Russian society which opposes Putin and opposes the war very obviously, and this is why they should be allowed to be coming into our countries. This looks almost like I showed with Croatian. I saved this. The plane thing, I think Thompson talked about this yesterday. One thing that I thought was really funny about the plane thing that I was kind of pushing for in his chat for him to go and Google is the fact that these planes were stolen by Russians after the full-scale invasion. The Airbus belonged to the Irish company AirCap and was leased to Russia, but then the sanctions were imposed and then the plane stayed there. Now, just a week before, like 10 days before it got broken, like yesterday, the Irish company actually got cash money from a Russian insurance company, which was then supposed to be keeping the planes under their name. So this is not a loss for Irish at all, because they got cash money for this plane. It was supposed to stay in Russia. Of course, it couldn't have been maintained because it is Russia. They're not gonna maintain their own shit, but still, quite a good thing. And also, I've seen this on Kosovo. Also quite interesting. They're claiming that two Hungarian NATO soldiers lost their legs due to attacks by criminals controlled by the Vučić regime in Kosovo.
I'm very glad to see this.
Oh wait, did I turn on my little mix it up thing? He better be showing. Okay, he is. That's fair. What is this, by the way? The visual didn't? Fuck. Okay, wait, I need to find that. Mm.
Задача это выбивать технику. Победим? Главная задача это убивать технику.
Also, I saved the video. I saved the video. Where is he? 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 Before we move to European Union, okay? I saved Vlad Vexla. In the video is titled "I finally snap over Russia's nuclear blackmail," and I wonder what he means by that. I haven't seen this one. I don't know what he means by that. He did a very good Twitter thread on this, which was basically pointing out that making these nuclear threats itself should be condemned on a moral basis. Like making these threats itself, regardless of whether Russia carries them out or not. The fact that they are trying to go and blackmail the rest of the world with nuclear threats by itself should be condemned, regardless of whether the threat of a nuke is real. Oh yeah, this. Populists are trying to find narratives to attack British and Ukrainian trade unions after successful pro-Ukrainian Congress. So the Workers' Party calls Nazi symbol a mining drill. This is actually one of the bookmarks that I've saved, okay? Because I'm based and I have the best news around, okay? Where the fuck is it? Somewhere here. Ooh! Hey, see this! I found it. Threatening nuclear war in itself is a moral crime. Everybody on the Russian side who does this, including strategists, are enemies of the human race. And then he made a video on ethics of nuclear threats. So I really wonder what he says about this. I think it was a cool new perspective a little bit. At least for me, it's relatively newish, you know. Not here it is. Not too fresh, but still quite good. I think he often has very good takes. And then yeah, one of many shocking things. This is the West claims the Ukrainian miners' union flag is a Nazi flag. Because of course, what not? And on the flag is written in Ukrainian and English, "Long live the friendship and solidarity of Ukrainian and British workers' unions," which, like, by the way, I feel like this should be pushed in the face of every stupid little bastard existing on the quite hard left and talking about how this war is affecting the working class, because, like, come on. Hey, yo, Pickling, how's life going? How is existence? Where's my blood? Oh, here he is.
You know what really overcooks my rigatoni?
What really does what to you, my dude?
You know what really overcooks my rigatoni?
Embarrassed? Why?
Russian nuclear.
Oh, wait, is it?
About you defile.
You wrote it in what's the word? Discord, right? It was because of the match? Was it because of the match? Sleepers, thank you for this sub gift! Hey, by the way, I bought Croatian merch. I have to show you my Croatian merch. Okay? Check out what I have. Let me see what I have. What you haven't seen before. I have some cool shit. Look what I have. I bought cheerleading merch for Croatia, and I bought this thing. And this is face paint, and look how you use it. You do this thing, and then you have a flag on your face. Come on. I put on a goal because I wanted to show you the Croatian merch that I've gotten. And I have like 4 pieces. One of them is a scarf that you have seen. I'm not gonna tell you what the other ones are. But I wanted to have them around, okay? I wanted to have them around because I thought they were the best. Also, we gotta watch Vlad. But yeah, if it's because of the match, look, I'm Croatian. If we talk about feeling embarrassed, if we talk about feeling absolutely fucking embarrassed about what your country has been doing at football matches, I should be the leader of that, okay? I should be the leader of the movement of feeling embarrassed about what your country does during football matches. My country has been full of shit on every single football match we have ever played. I don't think we have ever been normal. So I feel where you're coming from. I don't necessarily think it should be your Do I want to say responsibility? Oh, I could have updated it. I could have just updated it, and instead I clicked to end it. Oh, I need to learn how to be doing this. Bastard. Is it because it doesn't have the coat of arms? That's fucking cruel. I understand it, but it's fucking cruel. Fair though. Fair. Okay, fair. We're gonna be having some duchies around. We're gonna be having some duchies because why not? That is without the coat of arms. Dutch flag. Look at it, looking like naked Croatia. Looking like someone was trying to draw the Croatian flag and I got too lazy. That's what they have actually been trying to do. Fun historical fact. When Dutchies were trying to figure out which flag they want to be having, okay? They were like, oh, look at Croatia, the best country in the world. And also people loved by God himself, because of course we were. So they were like, we want to steal Croatian flag, right? But then they noticed the coat of arms has a lot of details, so they just gave up drawing it in the middle of the work. True fact. I learned about it in high school. Share this fun fact with every single Dutch person you know. Same painter in Netherlands for triple the price. I got this one for basically cheap because like the cheerleading shit is gone. No one's cheerleading anymore. Like the World Cup is over. So I got all my merch for free. I got merch from my own fucking country. That sounds lame as shit. Painted though. Probably yeah, they're expensive as shit. Maybe you get some weed with it though. It is Netherlands.
Senior figures in Russia's strategic
Yeah, I wanted to make this
they are
louder.
contemplating and justifying a preemptive nuclear attack against you and me. I want us to get clear about this. After the war is over and after Putin is gone, I want us to remember every word they said because their words are little drops of poison that erode the safety of civilized life on Earth.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit...
It's not news
But wait,
that
let me do the
nuclear...
pause. It does sound like it would be a bit messy. You know what, it's like... It's a bit of a messy situation where you're like, oh yeah, I want the same thing as these people want. But like, I want it in a normal way. I want it in a normal way. I don't want it in a way that these people want it. So I fully understand that. I fully 100% understand that. It's just, people would call me a Nazi. Oh, true. Probably true. Look, not everyone has the ability for that. Does Russia even have civilized life? I wanted to say maybe some parts, but I don't know. Wasn't Roman talking about people in Chelyabinsk shitting outdoors? Isn't that one of the biggest cities they have? I guess it's just like 2 cities where you can have a normal life and that's it. It's probably why they're so loud on Twitter, by the way. That's what I figured out today. They're so loud on Twitter because when they run away to European Union, here is where they actually have toilets to be sitting on and tweeting. You can't do that in Mother Russia. You go outside to that like outdoors toilet. You don't have internet coverage there or internet coverage at all, you know. You come to European Union, you actually got a toilet inside, cozy, you are protected from the weather, plus you got internet coverage around. Psst, it's like a blessing in disguise. Warpaint, thank you. I have other shit saved. I bought Croatian merch. I don't want to unload it on you too soon. There's one part which is really interesting. but we gotta focus on important shit, which is Vlad Vexler talking about Russia.
Blackmail is now the main
And then also
tool
New
of
1420.
Russia's international diplomacy.
And I really want to go through at least part of the... Who has watched, by the way, State of the European Union debate? Who watched it? I haven't, because I was at work. Okay, this is how capitalism destroys your ability to participate in politics, whatever the fuck. But I didn't get to watch it. I did save it. So we could go through at least some parts of it, some parts that we find particularly interesting. But I didn't watch it, so I hope it was interesting. First half, it was kind of boring, as expected. I kind of wanted to watch it on 125, maybe 150, just to kind of get the important points. I'm very sad I wasn't able to be on MEP's stream, because I guess, you know, having European Union conversation plus having someone streaming to explain it would have been a lot more interesting than just like watching the video. Improving economy. Ooh, good ideas. Are there any good politicians who would that?
He threatens nuclear war, left,
wondering
right,
who
and
was
centre
involved.
in unspecified terms.
I'm wondering
Though
what
he
the
formally
talk
maintains
was.
he is against a preemptive nuclear strike. You know that Russian propagandists constantly threaten to drown England in a giant wave.
Мы сегодня тренировались уничтожать Соединенные Штаты Америки.
Абсолютно верно.
And they
We
often
practice
threaten
destroying the
Ukraine
United
and the
States, he
Baltics
goes.
with nuclear strikes. And you know Mr. Medvedev, who has chosen obsession with nuclear explosions as a mode of self-preservation. But there is something even more disgraceful going on, and that's members of Russia's strategic community thoughtfully, without clowning, writing articles about a preemptive nuclear attack.
Veteran Russian foreign
True.
policy analyst and Kremlin advisor Sergei Karaganov.
To Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Here is Sergei Karaganov, veteran Russian foreign policy strategist and sometime Kremlin advisor. In June 2023, he publishes an article titled "The
I got a
Use
video
of
saved on
Nuclear Weapons
Wikipedia.
Can Save Humanity from a Global Catastrophe." Karaganov argues that Russia needs to launch a preemptive nuclear strike on a European NATO member country, because
Eco-activists?
without that, Russia's war in Ukraine can't be solved and would anyway lead to World War III. Now let's brace ourselves for a big gulp of Mr. Karaganov's
scared.
gross irresponsibility.
Bro,
The
my
enemy
man
must know
Zelensky
that
was
we
there,
are
holy
ready to
shit.
deliver a preemptive strike in retaliation
But,
for all of its
was
current and
anyone
past
there?
acts of aggression in order to
As a
prevent
secret
slide
special
into
guest?
thermonuclear war.
Like, was someone
If
bored
we
there,
correctly
boring
build a strategy
there,
of
so you didn't really
intimidation
care?
and deterrence and
Or was
even use
no one there?
nuclear weapons, the risk of a retaliatory nuclear or
How
any
much
other
they
strike
cheat
on
you?
our territory can be reduced to an absolute minimum. Only a man
Bro, imagine if they went, "Hey, we have a secret special guest,"
will have the guts
and then
to
fucking
strike
Lavrov
back in
walks on the
defense
screen.
of Europeans, thus putting his own country at risk and sacrificing
Putin walks in and they just
conditional
arrest him on the
Bosnia
spot.
for conditional
That would be
Bosnia.
ridiculous.
But
I would
what if
love to
they
see
do
that.
not back down? What if they've lost the instinct of self-preservation completely? In this
No, they
case, you will
haven't.
have to hit a bunch of targets in a number of countries in order to bring those who have lost their mind to reason. Morally, this is a terrible choice, as we will use God's weapon, thus dooming ourselves to grave spiritual losses. But if we do not do this, not only Russia can die, but most likely the entire human civilization will cease to exist. By breaking the West's will to continue the aggression, we will not only save ourselves and finally free the world from the 5-century-long Western yoke, but we will also save humanity. Humanity will grow a new chance for development. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. Karaganov's bombshell comments sparked intense debate in Russia's strategic community. Several analysts criticized him, saying no to a preemptive nuclear strike, and 3 days after Karaganov's piece was
Thank you,
published,
Russia, for
Putin
saving
chimed
humanity.
in with a no to a preemptive nuclear strike.
These measures can be used only if there's a threat towards the Russian statehood.
But one analyst expressed sympathy. That was Dmitry Trenin, a member of Russia's Foreign and Defense Policy Council and a professor at Moscow's Higher School of Economics. Trenin said nuclear deterrence has turned out to have much more limited use, so the nuclear bullet must necessarily and demonstratively be put into the revolver drum the US leadership is recklessly playing with. Fear must be brought back into
How dare
politics
you,
and
I say,
public consciousness.
play
He
with
doesn't
our
go so far
revolver.
as to call for a preemptive nuclear strike, but he openly entertains it. And I want us to listen to him carefully here, because he goes on to paint a picture that perfectly matches Putin's own theory of victory over Ukraine and the West.
Oh.
As for possible Russian nuclear strike on NATO countries, hypothetically speaking, Washington is
Hypothetically.
unlikely to respond
We're
to
gonna
these strikes
strike
by
these
attacking
countries
Russia for
in
fear of its
Minecraft.
retaliation against the United States. The absence of such a reaction will dispel the myth built for decades around Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty and will lead to the deepest crisis in NATO, perhaps even its collapse. It cannot be ruled out that the Atlantic elites in NATO and EU countries will panic and will be swept away by national forces, which will realize that the security of their countries does not depend on a non-existent US nuclear umbrella. The Americans are unlikely to sacrifice Boston for Poznan, just as they were not going to sacrifice Chicago for Hamburg during the Cold War. What Putin and Trenin are right about is this: the more Western democracies decline, the less likely it is that NATO will hold its collective
Wait, what's the
nerve in
conversation? What is the conversation on vote? What is the conversation on vote? Is it this one? Translate. Considering confiscation of cars with Russian license plates in Estonia. Look, the only argument I've genuinely ever heard about this, the one and only argument that I looked at and I was like, was the one that said that a particular border crossing that was mentioned in some of the news was a crossing where lots of Ukrainians are passing through. And some of them have their cars apparently registered in Russia. And that was the only argument that I've seen that made me go, maybe we need to figure out a way how to apply this law to Russians specifically. But apart from that, I'm like, yeah, GG. Absolutely GG. Confiscate every fucking thing. Confiscate everything they have. It still won't do enough, because they will still be able to go to the West, which, like, you know, they're going to be carrying their riches around regardless. Stone the owner, take the car. Ooh, see, that's kind of illegal. That's a little bit illegal. That's a little bit. How did that dude say it? Hypothetically speaking, you could do that. Hypothetically, but, like, you know, realistically, maybe you should not. In Minecraft, yeah, in Minecraft you could. But there are Dutch flags everywhere, because I bought Croatian merch, and one part of the merch was the war face paint, but without the coat of arms, it looks like the Dutch flag. Because, fun fact, Dutchies have the flag that they have because they stole it from us. That is actually something that a lot of the world doesn't really know about, but they stole it from us. They wanted to steal our flag. They got too lazy when they saw how many squares we have. They're lazy little people, and they would have never redrawn the entire thing, but they stole the colors. Russia would start doing drafts for who wasn't being sent to the front line. Estonians have cool cars. You don't want some old Zigulis. What the fuck is a Ziguli? The hell is that? What would Estonia do with shitty old Ladas? You know that one, I feel like that kid, you know that meme of that kid who was asked a question at some sort of a festival and he couldn't answer? That's what I feel like sometimes. Have you seen that Vosh clip in which he talks about Balkan people stealing cars? And he says that we would steal so many cars that the floor in Balkan would just be like stolen cars from other countries. That's what, you know, Estonia is gonna do. The roads are going to be paved with shitty old Ladas. Just like flatten them down. That's what you do. You make bridges and shit out of them. Cheap metal. Ziguli. Let me see what is that. Does it look cool? It may look cool if it's older. It may look coolish. It may look interesting. Oh, it looks like this. See, stuff like this. What you gonna do with this car? Nothing. Keep it around as decoration, maybe. Make rides out of it. crappy car made in the Soviet Union. They suck, but it was the best they could make. Oh yeah, that. That's how it works, right? In times of desperation.
It's a future Russian
It's like the Dayton, isn't it? It's a shit deal, but it's like the best deal we could have managed at the time.
aggression. So I have a message for you. To beat Putin, keep your democracies. Western democracy is indeed in decline.
I wrote
We'll
something
talk about
similar.
that
I
a
wrote
lot.
drove something similar.
Putin and Trenin's view of Western democratic recession is unimportant.
Training.
It makes dogma out of democratic collapse. But our democracies are stronger than that. They don't collapse just because they experience crisis. So their view that if they nuke us, we won't respond, which I won't dignify with a critique, is at least in part predicated on false assumptions. Okay, I will dignify it with a critique. It just ain't true that starting a nuclear war against NATO is a way to reduce the odds of a nuclear war against NATO. These
That makes a lot of
irresponsibles
sense.
are presenting a nuclear attack on Poland as the humanitarian option. But in reality, they're playing with the future of the world. And by their words alone, they could hypothetically increase the risk of nuclear escalation from 2 to 4%. So why are they doing this? What effect are they trying to achieve, and will they achieve it? The first thing Karaganov wants to do is
I
to
think
mirror
Western
back
democracy is
what
okay.
he thinks is all
I wanted to show you a video actually. I got it in my recommended. It's on how we should be rethinking geopolitics. And I kicked it out of my saved videos because I looked into the comments and the dude was talking about how USA democracy is going to crumble. Like, that's one of the main points of the video. Because of January 6th, you can look at the situation in USA and you can say that their democracy is going to crumble in the next few years. Like, no, it won't. They're doing all right. USA is doing absolutely all right. It's so fucking dramatic, and it's like that with European Union democracy too. Like, we're doing fine. We're doing fine, come on. I do think we focus more on these. And there's also the thing with, what's the word? You know those, like, the type of perception that babies have, which is like when you don't perceive something, it doesn't exist. So, like, when they don't perceive their parents, they genuinely think they lost their fucking parents, and they feel scared and they feel alone. They can't comprehend that you still exist, just not close to them. It feels like a lot of the world's problems are like that to some people. It's like, if I didn't perceive problems before, they didn't exist. So they will talk about European Union, for example, being a lot more united previously. It wasn't. It's just that you didn't care, and you started caring now, and now you see all the problems. You would have seen the problems a year ago if you started caring a year ago. You would have seen problems 10 years ago if you started caring 10 years ago. You just didn't. You started caring now. But there's nothing too dramatic going on. There's nothing unique happening with our politics. I don't see the reason for it crumbling. Even with European Union, for some reason I've gotten into an interesting part of internet yesterday with people saying that European Union is going to crumble because of Hungary. No. Like, in my eyes, there's zero chance for it. There's literally zero chance for something like that happening. Why? Hungary has been a corrupt shithole for a long time, and we have known about this for a very long time. European Union started calling out Hungary for their bullshit in at least 2016. We still haven't crumbled. We've been living with them for a while. They've been stealing our funds for a while. We've been trying to figure out how to deal with it for a while. We still haven't gotten anywhere close to crumbling. Like, we're just gonna be fine. Lots of drama around all of this.
already being talked about in the Kremlin. Therefore, even though the Kremlin's formal position is a no to a preemptive nuclear strike, Karaganov writing this suggests that people in Putin's circle are talking about it. Second, Karaganov doesn't just want to mirror, he wants to lead. That's to say, he wants to increase the chunk that conversations about a preemptive nuclear strike take up in the economy of discourse in Putin's circle. So, Karaganov is trying to mirror back what they are saying and to make them say it more. Therefore, I speculate, elevating his own position and paving a few extra yards on the road to hell for, I speculate, reputational advancement. But this will have a cascade of consequences. First, remember that Mr. Karaganov and co are in a bubble. They are engaged in a pseudo-policy debate inside a self-immolating empire armed to the teeth with nuclear weapons. And within Putin's inner circle, there is already scant resistance to apocalyptic thinking about geopolitics.
If you want me to quote Putin, he said that, well, we're not interested in a world without Russia. And in the minds of Putin, and I think a lot of people around him, we are in a zone in which Russia's very existence is at stake. So I would tread very carefully.
Karaganov and Trenin risk diluting the taboo of nuclear war. Second, the pernicious thing here is that no single person in Putin's inner circle needs to be convinced of a preemptive nuclear strike for talk about it to be normalized and to shift from being 10 to being 20% of the economy of discourse in Putin's circle. I want to come in here in my capacity as a moral philosopher and make 3 eviscerating points about Karaganov and co. 1. This is a rare case where words might be worse than sticks and stones. Nuclear threats don't kill anybody, the way bombing civilians in Ukraine does. But bombing civilians does not endanger the survival of human civilization. But nuclear war does. 2. It's already a moral crime to even raise the possibility of starting a nuclear war. And here Mr. Trenin, despite his softer tone, definitively ends up in the moral dock. What's despicable isn't just the way they answer the question, but it's that they raise it at all. This is what the moral philosopher Bernard Williams called one thought too many. If you say, I wonder if it's okay to start a nuclear war, and decide that on balance it isn't, that is already a moral problem, the fact that you have raised the question. 3. I've foregrounded Karaganov out of a number of analysts, public officials, propagandists, because his contribution is thoughtful, and it uses intellectual manipulation to disguise the moral crime of starting a war as a quest for peace. It's the thoughtfulness of amoral intelligence, a casuistry that uses a rational argument to obscure a ghastly proposal in the name of a regime that has nothing to offer the world. And even worse, Mr. Karaganov and Mr. Trenin, I speculate, surely half know that the Putin project is empty, but they're hoping it lasts long enough for them never to be held accountable for their words. As political theorist John Donne has said of the Putin regime, elevating nuclear risk makes you an enemy of the human race as a whole. All these folks are enemies of the human race, even if they've never killed a fly and couch their arguments in appeals for peace. We should not forget their words, and we should not move on one day when the war is over. How have these people managed to turn reality on its head so preposterous?
Nice.
To understand a bit more about the magical and mystical thinking in Putin's regime, watch this video about Putin's
No, I will not,
obsession
but
with
thank
his
you.
hero, Tsar Alexander III.
That was proper. I'm not subject to Vlad. That was proper. I'm happy to see him angry. I'm happy to see him actually, showing some sort of strongly negative emotion to them when he says that the regime has nothing to offer to the world. Like, yeah, nice, Vlad, nice. Didn't see you doing that. Whoa. Short version is they sold vast facilities to Volkswagen, got rid of all Russian personnel. And the very first car with the new brand is exactly the same Lada, despite it had to be the newest Golf. Former CEO be like, guys, I had told you this place is Wait, but that reminds me of that thread we read yesterday about Russians like making their own tractor. Was it a tractor? It was, right? Like Russians had the idea of making their own tractor to be more self-sustained as a state. And the tractor that they revealed was not even that tractor. It was a tractor that they imported from, what was it, Czechia or something. They just imported it in parts, and then in Russia they assembled it, and they said this is a Russian tractor. This is a Russian-made tractor. But like it isn't. It wasn't. It never was. So interesting little people overall. Interesting little nation. A failure of a state.
Секундов. Еще раз. Надо взглянуть все-таки на новость.
Average Ivan brain. But this one, I'll say this one, this is a new one, and it's on China. If you I don't know if you watched the news on this, but basically China now claims part of Russia. China just like drew new maps and just took a chunk of Russia and is claiming it is their own. So, excuse me. What is my Twitchy? Oh shit. I should be having bot repost on the bot. Oh, bot gonna get top send. Bot gonna get top send. Fucking illegal. Where's my 1420? I don't know which one it was. I have too many YouTube links opened. They should have like the logo. This shouldn't be YouTube. This should be like the logo of the channel, so I know what it is. Someone let someone know.
Столько государств, и каждый раз, каждый год что-то происходит новое, что-то забирают, что-то отдают, у всех какие-то разногласия. Поэтому тут как бы время покажет. Если Индия не согласна, а Россия, в свою очередь, как бы говорит, все ок.
By the way, India doesn't disagree because of
через полгода.
the claim on Russian lands.
Так будет говорить.
Ну теперь они решат между собой, думаю,
Also, can we just comment on the fact that this man has hair like this? Can we just comment on this man's appearance? Like sometimes I see people asking why he hasn't been arrested yet, and I'm like, yeah, he should. Look at that. Look at that. Why?
территории. Конфликта не будет.
А если бы, вот представляете, если бы Украина это сделала, какой бы был шум? А так?
Не будем никакие сравнения делать.
Ну ладно, все.
Was he ever wearing a blue camel uniform?
Ну они теперь Россией владеют.
Перестаньте, вы там были?
Нет.
Here's crime against humanity.
Это fake news? Ladies and gentlemen, today we're at...
Yeah, but like, look at him. Like, come on. That's because, you know, when there were people like, oh yeah, Russia is such an intolerant society, they don't accept people who are different to them and everything. And I just them reminded of this dude walking the streets. He's very peculiar. It's almost impressive, the fact that he is walking on streets. I'm pretty sure if this man was in Split, you know, he would get chunked into the ocean. They do this with tourists because they see a tourist and they're like, you're not one of us because you dress weirdly. They used to be wanting to do this with like emo kids. I don't know how many times they have been successful, but I know several times they had plans of doing it, of just like taking the tourists and chunking them into the ocean. But he's just walking around doing interviews and people are like, yeah, I'm gonna answer to your question, you weird looking skinny boy. Impressive. Pretty long and thin, you can see him from the orbit. He's maybe so tall that like you look up and you don't really see his hairstyle properly until you move away, but then you're too far away, so then you can't really go and beat him up. Every other Russian rich kid. To be fair, I don't really know any other Russian rich kids. Like my idea of Russian rich kids is him, and then you know that Ukrainian YouTuber who makes videos watching Russian influencers and making fun of them. That specifically right now I'm thinking of that one who is she a tattoo artist or something, and she fucked up her entire face by doing too many surgeries. That's what I'm thinking of. In my head, you say Russian rich kid, I think this dude, and I think that woman with a fucked up face. Oh, and also that one who went to Dubai, and then she wanted to buy a very expensive ring in Dubai, and they told her that because she is Russian, she has to pay tax. Like other people don't have to, but she has to because she's Russian. And then the taxes will go to helping Ukraine. And she paid because she really wanted the ring. Hundreds of brainwashed fellow Russians a week. I mean, yeah, that's true. I wonder what his family is like. Like, do you think he has normal people around, so that's how he gets the strength?
Institute of International Relations. The difference
In Russia?
The difference between institute and universities is that in institutes they usually study one thing. In this institute they study international relations. And
Oh,
then
can't wait to see that.
students, what the fuck is going on with the international relations of Russia?
Let's see.
Мне кажется, это какая-то провокация. Потому что...
РБК выпустили провокацию, да, чтобы люди вышли протестовать и сменили президента.
Ну...
Мне кажется, так.
Ну, РБК это же российская. Тут у нас же вроде как нельзя там.
Странно, вроде отношения с Китаем
Чужие
нормальные.
On first day of studying international relations, they give you a list of enemy countries. Like, that's the first thing you have to learn.
Они что-то опубликовали.
They give you a map of the world, just like the outlines of countries, and you have to color in red all of the ones that hate you.
It's not foreign media. Russian media cannot lie, right?
Right.
So
Why would they grab our territory?
Just speak in Russian, my dude.
Partner.
They're not your partner.
They're allies.
You're international relations, dude. And you don't know, China doesn't give a shit about you.
Here, international relations, right?
You?
No.
I'm not. Maybe you have explanation. It's not.
yet.
You know, there's a boomer joke here. There's a boomer joke here where people will be like, oh yeah, I actually went to the law college. And then you go, oh, what did you do that? And they're like, I went to piss in their toilet. So I'm guessing for a lot of these kids, it's like that. It's basically that. That's their relationship with the institute. They went inside to take a look or something. Lunar of friendly countries. It's like North Korea. What else do they have? Belarus? Who am I missing? Do we count Serbia and Hungary? I guess we count Serbia and Hungary. Part of me wants to be counting in Austria. Ooh, Iran. True. We're forgetting someone. Who has been voting on their side consistently in the UN? Southern Africa? Who was it? There was like, I know there was a tiny bit of countries. Little plot of land that China drew on its maps instead of the agreed we'll share it. Yeah, the way I understand it, the little plot of land, it's a little island, and the island is supposed to be half-half, but then China just grabbed the entirety of it. So, yeah. Which, based of China, I hope they take everything. I hope they take back every inch that they think Russia stole from them. It would be the funniest thing. Eritrea, holy shit, thank you.
Then I will.
But it's proved on RBK.
Can we just point out that you show him a source and he's like, I don't believe the source until it's proven on our television. My man sees a publication and he's like, until Solovyov cries about this live, I will not trust it. I cannot trust it.
Be proved on our television. Then I will.
But it's proved on RBK. RBK is on television as well.
Well, I haven't heard about it yet.
Я видела эти карты, но на мой взгляд, сама карта слишком мелкого масштаба.
That's a lie.
Не совсем понятно.
That's a lie.
Здесь, возможно,
That's a fucking lie. No, it wasn't an error. That's a lie. She just went here and they taught her how to lie. That's what she does. Is that what you do in Russian international relations? You just fucking lie. No, it's not true. You can't make a mistake. Bro, haven't we seen the quite high definition fucking images of this? What do you mean you can't see whose it is? You can't see whose it is. Русский мир. I watched a video and a Ukrainian compared it to Third Reich. If that's true, why does no one mention it? I think we exist in very different communities if you think no one mentions it. I think we exist in very different worlds. Because I've seen it. The whole idea of Ruski Mir, I've seen it talked about extensively, both by Ukrainians and by their allies, and, you know, by Russia. But I've seen it mentioned very, very often. I don't know, maybe in Canada they don't. That could be true. That could be true. But I have seen a lot of people talk about it, mostly about what the entire idea of Ruski Mir is supposed to be. Also about how they bring you Ruski Mir by destroying everything you have. Found some really, really interesting parts of people talking about, what's the word? People talking about how Russia has, for example, brought Ruski Mir to Ukrainian cities by completely destroying them and making them look exactly the same way as Russian destroyed cities look, because Russia is a shithole and the only thing it knows how to do is spreading around the shithole. But yeah, when it comes to that, Russian world is just another way for them to claim areas that don't belong to them. I see it as like, you know, Serbs claiming Greater Serbia, whatever. I see Ruski Mir as the same thing as that. Like the idea that the world belongs to you, so you have a right to go and invade it. #1 natural copium producer. But yeah, I don't know. No, Ukraine's basically based. Okay, have you seen the Yaruski dude doing a concert? Shit, there was a clip. He was doing a concert, and there's this Russian girl, and she was so into his singing. What's his name? That she fainted on stage. What's his stupid name? Yaruski. Shaman. Yeah, Shaman. Thank you. Here it is. I found you the clip. Look at the clip. Look at this. Look at this. It's like, you know how you lazy little stupid Westerners are fainting when you see BTS. Look at what they do in Russia, though. You jealous? The West is crumbling. America weeps watching this. Gestapo out the other week. Maybe he did a thing. You remember when their submarine went underwater, when it sank with a bunch of soldiers still on it, and all of them drowned because Putin was too much of a piece of shit to accept foreign help to go and try to save these soldiers. You remember that one interview of one of mothers of these soldiers screaming at him because she was pissed off, and then a nurse just comes from the side and like gives her some sort of an injection? That's what happened here. Yeah, you didn't say they were instant. Yeah, see. Bitch drugged her, absolutely. It's part of the mysterious Russian soul to go and drug people around.
Дело в том, что они еще у Индии какую-то, ну...
You have to be into Nazi stuff to go to his concert.
Это тоже ошибка.
С Индией там не так очевидно, потому что там территория больше, и там это заметнее. Но это, мне кажется, больше похоже на позицию.
Just imagine,
No, bullshit.
On this territory, maybe build universities which can collaborate both Russian and Chinese students. So we can mix our cultures. I think it would be beneficial for both sides.
So it's done for good, most.
Bro, how the dude, this just I you know when people say that we're doing good to Europe because allowing Russians in our countries is allowing a brain drain from Russia. So like the educated people from Russia go to Europe, and instead of being educated people inside Russia, they are being educated people inside Europe. But like then you look at the state of their supposed educated people, and you're like when we say brain drain from Russia, are we talking about these imbeciles? So far, not a single one of them had a proper opinion. This how fucking stupid is this? Another country claims their land, and you're like, yeah, well, maybe we can build universities, and both of us can be sharing this land. Yeah, I'm sure that they are going to allow this, considering the fact that they have just claimed this land as their own from us. For sure, for sure. Part that stuck out was the Ukrainian squaddy pointing to the bombed-out rubble behind him and said, Russian world, you see this? This is Russian world. Shit, yeah, that... Now the whole thing with oh my man, the whole thing with Russia wanting to bring Russian world around, and then you look at the examples and it's just heard IQ, but Russia and Ukraine raised drastically. You probably cannot fit a Putin mansion on this island, let alone multiple universities. Look, to be fair, Putin mansions are quite big mansions. It's a great big mansion. It is kind of, I mean, tiny island. It is relatively tiny. It's not like Russia is going to suffer because of the loss. You know, it's not like it's a strategically important area. Most of it is just politically, you know, because they used to be sharing it, and now one side claims all of it. But that's kind of the whole of it. It's not really important land, you know. It's not like China took, I don't know, main island supplying Moscow or whatever. Yeah, it's a tiny little thing. There's also a word for that, and I always forget it. There's a word different from an island for like an island inside a river. And I always forget what it is. And I know it in Croatian, and I always forget what that one is too. But it's a tiny one. It's a small one. Still was stone though, so. I'm hoping, part of me is hoping that what China did for comparison. What the fuck? Doesn't matter. You don't have a different... You do have a different word. You do have a different word. There's a word for like the other one. There's a word for the other one. I don't remember the word for the other one, but I remember there was a word for the other one. Aten. A stupid one too. What's in Croatia? I don't know. I forget about it always. I know it's a common. It's like if you do crossword puzzles, it's always that, and that's how I learned about it. And I didn't know. Going to try to find it.
Why wouldn't we give them to China the whole Russia so we can mix the Russia and China? We can build universities and so on.
Of course. We can we can make one big country.
Yeah.
All over the world.
It will be called China.
No, China. Why?
Now they have
this
island.
China. Why?
China has this island.
Has
right?
to be called Russia.
Because
I am Russian.
I don't think it is a big problem. Really.
Raina.
I'm waiting for the first person who's going to tell us I'm apolitical. It's gonna be very funny if we'll find such people here.
Well, not that it affects me very much, but I mean, what's the question? What's the point of the question?
Now they have this island, big Ussuriski island.
Yeah.
Big he goes.
There seem to be no issue with this.
Yes.
People say there is no issue.
Yes, okay. Do you really think that I know what's going on? Nobody knows. The
Bro, you're international relations
какой
girl.
шум был бы, если бы там, допустим, США какую-то часть России взял себе. Или Украину. Это бы вообще шум был.
Слушайте, ну пограничные споры по поводу каких-то территорий — это обычная тема. Да. Вот. И в отношениях между Россией и Китаем это тоже нормально. С Японией у нас достаточно давно такая ситуация, и мы нормально тоже сосуществуем.
Do you?
Главное уметь их как бы решать и обсуждать. Да.
Do you?
Кажется, проиграли какие-то обсуждения, поскольку теперь им принадлежит.
Ну да, видимо, этот вопрос вообще как-то не решался именно посредством обсуждения, именно между двумя странами, просто как-то императивно произошло.
Вы же на международных отношениях учитесь, да?
Да.
И вы, наверное, в будущем заберете эту территорию обратно, да?
Посмотрим, как пойдет.
Нет, на самом деле это плохо. Ну, Россия...
Yeah, the islands, but like it's not. I don't know if I would call it a normal relationship between the two countries. That's kind of what I'm like. Oh, we still normally coexist. I'm not sure you do. Not sure you do. I'm pretty sure Japan is fucking salty. Yeah, nobody's fighting. Yeah, that's true. Nobody's fighting. Maybe the levels of coexistence are different. You know what I mean? Like, I would see it as peaceful coexistence if you do the previous Russia and China thing, where you're like, okay, I have half, you have half. Let's move on, right? So no one's salty about it. And they're like, yeah, okay. I would see that. If you're still, like, fighting over who has the land, even if you're not actually, you know, sending troops there, but the fact that you still don't know who owns the land, who claims the land, Look, I come from Balkans, okay? Small stuff like that, it caused things, okay? So it's very concerning to me. It is very concerning to me. We used to be having that situation with Slovenia until very recently, because when we wanted to go to European Union, we had to resolve it. One of the best things we had to do, my dude, one of the best fucking things we had to do, okay? We gave them a chunk of land. We were like, okay, this is yours. Here's where our border is. They were like, okay, nice, cool, GG. Now what we do is coexistence. Previously, domestic abuse is pretty normal in Russia. So Russia-Chinese relationship seems normal too. Okay, fair. It's like every once in a while you go back to your abusive husband, who's also quite poor.
Поэтому Китай должен к России присоединиться, а не Россия к Китаю. Потому что Китай достаточно развитая, так сказать, держава, а не шляться, понимаете?
China must join Russia, not the other way around. International relations student.
Поэтому Китай должен к
России
присоединиться, а не Россия к Китаю. Потому что Китай достаточно развитая, так сказать, держава. Вот.
We will join our efforts into making China a colony of Russia.
Вот, да, менталитеты разные, но что поделать? Усилия будем прилагать, и все будет только в лучшую сторону меняться.
А вы учитесь вот на международных отношениях?
Да.
Ну, наверное, такие у нас будут международные отношения в будущем.
Да, я уверена в этом.
I think it is wrong to just grab a piece of other country and get it for yourself. There have to be some particular reasons to do that.
What exactly particular reasons? History, right? If they belong to...
Yes.
I think maybe it belonged to China, this island. That's why they...
Ooh.
But I think the presidents of two countries should communicate and talk about it, because they can't do it just because. That's my opinion.
Foreigners watch our videos, I think they will tell in the comments. Didn't Russia...
Кому нас interested?
Учитывая наши близкие отношения с Китаем на данный момент, это
Why?
должно решаться на таком уровне.
Is he trying to protect them? Is he trying to do the thing where, like, if they say something true against Russia, he cuts it out, so they can't be arrested again? Like that one dude who got arrested because he did a street interview. Is that what he's doing? Because I was actually interested in this. He would just blur their faces. That's also true. Just blur. Bro, I was so interested in what he's gonna answer. Yes, he did the whole thing with, like, the president should cooperate, so I guess he would be like, oh yeah, well, the Ukrainian president refused to cooperate. Like, we tried to cooperate, but Ukrainian regime refused to cooperate. So it wasn't anymore an invasion just because. It was an invasion because of historical reasons, plus we tried to cooperate with their president. We were like, hey, president of Ukraine, we're going to go into your country and butcher your people and annex your lands. You wanna cooperate on this? You wanna give us some fuel for our tanks or something? And then, of course, Ukrainians were like, maybe no. So Russians got personally offended by it. Mercator map and thought China was small. Dude, I've seen people calling Russia tiny. Which, like, there's a part... you know, there is some reliability, interesting facts in, like, seeing the world map as we usually see it, and seeing, like, the proper one, you know? Seeing the proper size, relations and everything. And, you know, it's interesting to see some countries are bigger or smaller than what you thought they were. That's interesting. But, like, when I see people go, oh yeah, well, actually, it's not even true that Russia is that big. What do you mean? It's a huge fucking country. You have to lie. You have to fucking lie about them just because they're being pieces of shit. They're a huge country.
Более-менее разговорным. Вот. Индия же, насколько я знаю, в конфронтации с Китаем находится, у них натянутые отношения, поэтому они выразили этот протест. А Китай с Россией может это обсудить на более неформальном уровне.
Я думаю, что это сейчас не особо разглажается, но какие-то переговоры, скорее всего, ведутся по этому поводу. Ну, как мне кажется.
Ну, то есть обратно вернется все.
Я думаю, что да.
Нас смотрят иностранцы. И они вообще пишут то, что там...
China does own far east of Russia. Take it back, China, please. Please.
Ну, может быть, они договорятся из-за того,
Not
что...
for donations for China's military.
Чтобы выпиливать лес.
No, they're not saying that because of that.
Я уверен, там есть какие-то определенные договоренности, которые приносят и России большой плюс.
России плюс, то есть всем людям или каким-то определенным?
В целом в стране для
всех людей. Ну, не для определенных там.
Не для определенных, для укрепления в целом экономики в долгосрочной перспективе.
Ну, не для того, чтобы там виллы покупать всякие. Кстати, подумайте, Китай, может быть, всю территорию России когда-нибудь к себе там запишет.
А что у вас за антикитайские настроения? Конфронтируете на Китай. Я думаю, что...
Должен же дебатировать, это не обязательно ведь соглашаться. Вот. А у нас просто... Это, кстати, в Китае так, наверное, принято. Типа, ну, политику там одну. И не дебатировать.
Ну, знаете, мой взгляд на эту проблему такой сейчас, то что слишком мало времени прошло, начиная с этого с появления спорного вопроса, и пока рано делать какие-то выводы, такие яркие, как вы, оценочные суждения устраиваете. Провокационно из ваших уст звучит. Я не спорю, что Китай тоже провокационно поступил, когда подписал эти территории.
Oh, he's being like, oh shit.
Сколько лет? 20?
Нет, поменьше можно. Ну, годиков 5.
Годик.
Ладно,
а потом все забудут. Не,
может быть и так будет.
But will China have the whole territory
That was
of
actually
Russia
interesting
eventually?
though. That was actually, she has a brain. I'm like, okay. Proper, thinker, that one. Proper student. Japan is as long as the coast of America? I need to see one of those maps. You guys know those maps that people have been showing around that like USA has. The ones where like USA is in the center. I need to see one of those. I feel like it would put a lot of things into perspective. I haven't seen those ever since I was, I don't know, bro. There was a trend on Twitter to meme them for the map. Which, by the way, I'm not even against the map. I think the map is absolutely okay if you're studying in USA. Need more evidence? Yeah, at least like acceptable. At least acceptable. That's Croatia. I want Croatia. True size of Croatia. You will observe that Croatia is the biggest country around. If Croatia were in Russia, it would be this big. But unfortunately, we are here, so we seem tiny. We are not actually tiny. We just seem tiny because we are here. Look at us. Are we bigger than Slovenia? Heck yeah, we are. We covered the chicken entirely. Entirely we cover it up. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. What else are we bigger? We're bigger than nothing. We're fucking tiny, dude. Where's this man? Where's such a bullshit little country? Oh, you can do this. See, but like when I look at it this way, like Japan, when I look at it from this perspective, like, it makes sense. It makes sense, right? You wouldn't think it does, but it's huge. How big is Japan compared to Croatia? Holy shit. Oh, I thought they were much tinier than this. Oh, I thought they were much tinier. Oh, this is crumbling my idea of Japan, ironically. I thought they were much tinier. I didn't think they were as tiny as we are, but I didn't think they were humongous. Look at this. Oh, that is horrifying. That is horrifying. World competing economy, because they're huge. Because they're fucking huge. Yeah, holy shit. Bro. Make us big. Make us big. Whoa. Oh, Croatia, the overlord. Oh. Fun fact, actually, fun fact. But when flat earthers try to go over the edge, you know, when they try to go over the edge of the world, and they try to jump off, they never manage to do it, because where you go, if you reach the edge of the world, you end up in Croatia. Here's the proof for it. This is the actual map of Croatia. Here's the evidence. Okay, so you know, from your useless little countries down here, you go like, I want to find the edge of the world, and then you go, whoa, Croatia. Yeah, all roads lead to Croatia. Indeed, all sea ways too. It all leads to Croatia. It's all just Croatia. Watch out so you don't end up in Split, okay? Don't start somewhere here. Start somewhere here, maybe, so you end up in the normal part. This is Slavonia. End up here. Turkey? Oh yeah, fuck, Turkey is also huge. Haven't thought about that either. Look at it. Oh, that's one big fucking country. Where's USA? It doesn't look too big compared to USA. Like, USA looks fucking huge. USA looks fucking huge. Look at this. Look at this thing. I'm pretty sure. Can I, like, take one of them? Can I take one of them? Can I take Ohio? Oh yeah, it does count them. I'm pretty sure I can take like one of these and put them in Europe, and they're like the size of an entire fucking country. See? They're huge. USA is huge. USA is basically European Union. No, Japan is this huge. Japan is this huge. Japan is bigger than Ohio. Fun fact. But at the same time, smaller than the ultimate Croatia. So, you know. This is fucking cool. This is such a cool little thing. USA. Almost bigger. USA. Germany was big ones. Oh, we don't talk about Germany. We don't talk about Germany. we don't talk about illegal Germany. No. Does it go like USA? But then when I try to place it over the USA, it doesn't fit as perfectly as it should. Why not? A lot of the blotch is actually C. Oh, hey. Is it? It's not. Is it? No, it's not. It's land. It's land area, is it? It's land. With the creation of share beach. Why would we? We make it the best. Bro, have you seen the beach in Croatia? Fucking gorgeous. It's fucking gorgeous. It's beautiful. Beach in Croatia is great. Then you go to beach in other countries and it just, have you ever seen a Slovenian beach? Man, it's horror. The amount of Slovenians on it. Yeah, but overall, we have to finish our idea.
They will have the whole world eventually, if you think about it that much. Yeah.
But,
do you want to be pessimistic, optimistic, or do you want to be idealistic?
I would argue it is optimistic to say that China is going to take over Russia. I'm pretty sure we would disagree on this, you know, but I just noticed that he has a little tiny earring. I wanted to be like, she has cool earrings, and then I'll look at his, and he has them too. Cute little man. Cute little man. How long do you think he gets ready to do these interviews?
If we talk about it in this way.
I'm growing into a fan of this dude.
Of course I do. I love China. Who doesn't?
Why?
I mean, who doesn't like China?
I
If
mean,
you're not from the United States, you do love China.
That's what I was.
Is she stoned?
Они нашу территорию присвоили.
She could be stoned.
Рис, кошка, женщин.
A bowl of rice and a cat wife?
Ну вот, большой
Уссурийский остров.
Лес продаем. Кстати, да, нам это пишут. И то, что Дальнему Востоку принадлежит еще там часть.
Слушай, я сейчас наговорю, меня пойдем.
Ладно, все, больше опоздать не будем.
У китайцев нет друзей, у китайцев есть взаимовыгодные отношения. Мы не друзья. Мы друзья.
Oh, nice, I like him.
Дружбы нет в политике, крошка.
Ну вы
That made sense. That made
уже
sense.
прям знаете, разбираетесь, кстати. Так люди нам и...
С кем не дружат.
А Россия?
Kinda being a bit.
Только... дружат. Нет, мы дружим только с нашими картофельными друзьями, которых мы скоро присоединим. Это наши друзья.
Уходите, пока вас не отчислили. Давайте. Все,
That was a cool one. That was a cool one. I support that one. Only that one. No one else. Only that one. Like, true. That was true. That was true. Your only friends are Belarusians. True. Our potato friends. True. I could fix it. Yeah, I know, right? You're like, oh, maybe. Maybe ban Russian cars, but maybe this one. Maybe this one. On the border. That's what they should be asking them, you know? When they come to the border, you should be like, who are Russia's friends? And there's only one answer you could be saying, and it's our potato friends. That we are going to be taken over soon. Everything turned into Russia? What? that would be fucking pessimistic. Wait, give me. Did you just give me South Korea? It's so tiny. It's so tiny. I've never thought about how tiny it is. It's so tiny. It's so small. It's like that, was it American state that also has this thing of having like the tip, what's the word of this? Half island? What's the word for half island? Poluostrovo. There's an American state which also like owns the tip of it. Not the shaft area, but like the tip of it. It must be so weird to be existing in that way. Like there's no way your people can go to any other country unless they go to fucking North Korea. It's like, sure, you could use a boat or whatever, but you know, you want to go by car like a proper poor person, you can't. Peninsula, thank you. English is hard, my dudes. Poluostrovo. A cape? A cape. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice, yeah. Thank you. That was the Serbian term I used. In Croatian, it's poluotok, but it sounds a bit too... I like the Serbian word. Cape. I saw cape and I was like, is it cape? Bravo slippers for knowing your geography. Bravo. You see, so like when you just have the tip of the cape, is that not weird? Yeah, you're gonna cut off. Okay, Japan is quite close. So I guess you could just... How big is this distance? Doesn't seem too horrible. You could just like cross over relatively easily. But then you went from one practically island because you're cut off. You went from one island to another island. So you have done a gorgeous thing of still staying on land that you need to get away from, either by boat or by plane, not any other way. They don't like each other? I thought they were coexisting. I thought they were coexisting. I don't know too much about their relationship, to be fair. Should we go, Relations. It's a tiny piece of land. It's a sea, though. Look at it. It's tiny. It's like Bosnian Sea. Diplomatic relations, share many cultural, economic, military ties. Okay, they are both military allies of United States. However, their relations are greatly complicated by a number of issues, including territorial claims, sea, little tiny rocks in the sea, and conflicting views on mutual history. Oh, okay, fair. That completely slipped my mind, yeah. 13% of Japanese view South Korea's influence positively. 13% only. 37% expressing a negative view. 15% view Japanese influence positively. 79% expressing it negatively. Making South Korea, after China, the country with the second most negative perception of Japan in the world. Shit. They have both taken priorities to work alongside US in countering recent threats from China, Russia and North Korea. Okay. No. K-pop for the win. My dude, come on. Yes. Blasphemy in chat. Illegal opinions in chat. This is why I'm against free speech. And ironically, that is why I'm against free speech, okay? Illegal. K-pop is great. Go listen to what's the word? Hey, by the way, I have a video on Wikipedia. BTS. Is BTS doing something? Are they still in the military? Am I the only person here following BTS? You swing over Cayman? I was Cayman. I was following BTS for a very long time. Okay, I have a soft spot for K-pop. And not really a soft spot for anime, because I don't really have time to watch it, so... But I have a video on Wikipedia, but also I do want to be talking about European Union. I kinda wanna be... I don't know how much of this I actually wanna be even... I didn't have a transcript. I'm interested in what they were talking about, but I don't wanna watch the whole fucking thing.
Our industries and tech companies like competition. They know that global competition is good for business.
Her hairstyle is impeccable.
Jobs here in Europe.
Look at that.
But competition is only true as long as it is fair.
It stays so firm.
Are excluded from foreign markets,
like Hillary.
Or are victims of predatory practices.
Hillary upgrade. Okay, she's a good politician. If you blow the face and swap the Euro flag for American, that's a crime. That's a crime. Oh, Ursula is good.
Many young businesses were pushed out by heavily subsidized Chinese competitors. Pioneering companies had to file for bankruptcy.
I'm mocking that one who like glued her entire hair with this.
This is why fairness in the global economy is so important, because it affects lives and livelihoods.
Urban camouflage helmet.
Entire industries and communities depend on it.
There's a transcript.
So we have to be clear-eyed about the risks.
Let me see what they have.
Take the electric vehicle.
Okay, what are we interested in? Croatia.
It's a crucial industry for the clean
No matches.
with a
Balkan.
potential in Europe.
Western Balkan patterns. Reduced irregular flows. Future of Western Balkans is in our union. Okay.
And their price is kept artificially low by huge state subsidies. This
No!
is hurting our market.
They talked
And
about
as we
Victoria.
do not accept this distortion from the
When? Shit, when? No. Oh, dude, this is great. I didn't know about this. I want to say here.
Thank you.
Let's not pretend we do not see the elephant in the room, the blocking of
Let me see where they were on this. Who the fuck knows where the elephant in the room party is? Let me just watch this. Let us just watch this. They talked about Victoria, though. They talked about Victoria.
And this is not a secondary topic. As a Romanian, I cannot see how we can advance these priorities together as long as the Council has a duty towards 27 million citizens of the European Union, Romanians and Bulgarians, who are denied a right established by the treaty. The abusive and defiant behavior of the Austrian
It's
government
very
cannot
quiet.
continue. This is enough. Enough is enough. Madam President,
I want to look into these people.
Council, the Commission has done its part, and I would like to thank you for that. The Parliament has done its job on this topic, and I would like to thank my colleagues for that. Now it is the Council's turn to solve this problem, which is undermining the credibility of the Union.
As long as we are not able to solve apparently simple problem, but with a strong and important impact on some citizens of European Union, in that case, Romanians and Bulgarians.
I wish they did a thing. Listen, they need Destiny's editors, okay? We need to have a thing with little parts chopped in, so I know where to click for like specific things to listen, or when one segment starts and the another one ends. Because like I've just jumped into half of his speech. I don't know what he is talking about. Would probably help if I could, you know that. This dude, let me look into him. See all this. Who the fuck is this? A Romanian agronomist who said as Prime Minister of Romania. Ooh, lost. Oh, he is part of the review. Member of the European Parliament, becoming leader of the new Review Europe political group. He relinquished the leadership upon becoming USR president. Okay. So he was leader for a while, isn't the leader anymore. Tucker Carlson interview with a man who claims to have had sexual relations with Barack Obama. I saw the you have transcript. Holy shit, thank you. I saw the clips of that video. You know what it reminds me of? You know when Twitch people start getting no cash money from doing Twitch streams, and then they start useless drama. It's kind of what it feels like. It's like this is drama farming. He's drama farming. He's just a cheap little poor person, unable to make his living properly, so now he starts trying to create drama for no reason. Who the fuck cares? I didn't even look at the video, my man. I didn't look at the video, it got me annoyed when I first saw the title. I was annoyed, then I saw some screenshots and I was even more annoyed. And then I was like, why doesn't anyone care about this? And I went to look in the comments and most people were like, why doesn't anyone care about this? And I felt reassured in my position of not caring about it. So I just didn't go and look at it. He angry Schengen area isn't open to Romanians or Bulgarians. To be honest, I'm kind of disappointed in that too. I assumed that when it opens to us, it would also get open to Romania and Bulgaria, but then it didn't. So I'm not too... I don't know. I thought it was kind of stupid. Personal life. Launched a new party. Okay, he launched a new party. Renewing Romania's European project. Repair. Let me see. Social liberalism, pro-Europeanism. we are just brainless cows, good to be milked by the whole Europe. No, I think Romania is actually doing quite good economically, isn't it? I remember watching like analysis on this. Romania's economy has been doing rather well. But I think it's like with Croatia, any sort of a beginning of getting into the European Union community and the start of growth is going to be very, very tough. So it takes a while usually until you know, see the benefits enough for them to overpower the negatives, I want to say. Because like we're doing rather well right now. I'm kind of salty about the amount of bitching Croatians do. We're doing the Slovenian thing sometimes with the amount of, you know, crying around for no reason. But we're doing great. We're doing great, you know. So I think for Romania it's going to be similar to that, and I think Romania is going to be doing well. I think they're going to be doing fine. It's just that for a while it's going to be tough as fuck. Like I remember when we just got in, and we had a lot of people thinking that European Union just wants to steal our natural goods. They want to steal our forests, they want to steal our drinking water, they want to steal our beaches. All of it has turned out not to be true. But you know, it's tough to be a small country, small economy country in your case, surrounded by big economy countries. It's gonna get good though, it's gonna get better. We voted these like puppets ourselves. Oh yeah, actually that too, I understand that. Natural goods to steal. Oh wait, listen. You remember when we watched that one Russian video and someone was like, hey, what are the things in Russia to cherish? And some dude was like, oh, we have beautiful forests. We're kind of like that here. In Croatian minds, we have the best forests in the world, and we have the best rivers in the world, and we have the best lakes in the world, and we have the best beaches in the world, right? It's something very often used by our populist politicians. They will tell about our natural riches. I know what you wanted to say. I was like, huh. And then I went in on my rant anyways. But yeah, they had this idea of like, oh, European Union just wants to steal our riches because we have so many riches as they don't have it. There was this one specific idea when we were entering European Union that the reason why they will allow us in is because they have no drinking water. Like the entirety of European Union has no drinking water left. So they are allowing Croatia to enter because they want to steal our drinking water. So yeah. Victoria Amelina. They're talking about Victoria Amelina. She was an amazing activist. She was writing reports on the war. She was writing the reports on human suffering. She was writing poems, some incredible works. I know that there's a collection of her writings that last I checked still hasn't been published, but I would need to check onto it again. She was killed by Russians. There's this really heartbreaking article. I think I shared it to Discord. She wrote... She was participating in a report about that killed Ukrainian writer for children. Fuck, I always forget his name. I'm really bad with names. But she was participating in writing a report about it. She traveled to his village after he was liberated, and she, along with his parents, they went into the backyard and they found his diary there, and she read his diary and she published writings on it, and she did interviews on this man's life because he was amazing. The only reason he was killed is because he was writing about Ukraine. He was seeing himself as Ukrainian. That was the whole of it. They took him, Russians took him one day. For a while he was with them, then they returned him home, and then they took him again and they never returned him home. Just heartbreaking, fucking heartbreaking. And Victoria Amelina, she was the one who worked on a report on him, in a report on his life, in a report of how many things he brought to the world and how important his writings are going to be, and then she was killed too. It's an absolutely heartbreaking story. She was great. I think a lot of people were following her on Twitter. She was genuinely an amazing person. No, you don't have to make sure nowadays, my dude. You're just cringe as shit. But yeah. What did we have on them? Formation. Not too many details on their views. Not too many details on their views. Let me see this. Background, formation, training. First Congress. Existing. One of those parties existing to just get the funds, I would guess. Let me see. You said minute 55.
We are at home. But this is not Ukraine, he said. And this is why the Commission will organize an international conference on fighting people smuggling. It is time to put an end to this callous and criminal business. Honorable members, on the day when Russian tanks crossed the border into Ukraine, a young Ukrainian mother set off for Prague to bring her child to safety.
Shit, yeah, it's this one.
When the Czech border official stamped her passport, she started to cry. Her son didn't understand. And he asked his mother why she was crying. She answered, because we are at home. But this is not Ukraine, he said. So she explained, this is Europe. On that day, that Ukrainian mother felt that Europe was her home. Because home, as she said, is where we trust each other. And the people of Ukraine could trust their fellow Europeans. Her name was Victoria Amelina. She was one of the great young writers of her generation and a tireless activist for justice. Once her son was safe, Victoria returned to Ukraine to document Russia's war crimes. 1 year later, she was killed by a Russian ballistic missile while having dinner with other writer colleagues. She was the victim of a Russian war crime, one of the countless attacks against innocent civilians. Amelina was with 3 friends that day, including Hector Abad, a fellow writer from Colombia. He is part of a campaign called Aguanta Ukraina, Resist Ukraine, created to tell Latin Americans of Russia's war of aggression and attacks on civilians. But Hector could never imagine becoming the target himself. Afterwards, he said, he did not know why he lived and she died. But now he is telling the world about Victoria, to save her memory and to end this war. And I am honored that Hector is with us here today. I want to thank you, Hector. I want to thank you, and I want you to know that we will keep the memory of Victoria
Hey, yo,
and
DB,
all
how are you
other
doing?
victims alive. Aguanta,
Soap
Ukraina.
dogs. Man, the great man. Just, Their microphone levels are fucking interesting. Google Chromecast. Gonna watch the State of European Union. They just spoke about Amelina, which makes me really, really happy because I had no idea they would do that.
Honourable members, we will be at Ukraine's side every step of the way, for as long as it takes. Since the start of the war, 4 million Ukrainians have found refuge in our union. And I want to say to them that they are as welcome now as they were in those fateful first weeks. We have ensured that they have access to housing, healthcare, the job market, and much more. And honourable members, this was Europe answering the call of history. And so I am proud to announce that the Commission will propose to extend our temporary protection to Ukrainians in the European Union.
Yeah, her hairstyle's
Our
really
support to
strong.
Ukraine will endure.
Can we just point out that there's the
We have provided 12 billion
Chat,
this year
live
alone to
chat
help
down
pay
there.
wages and pensions, to help keep hospitals, schools, and other services running. And through our
I don't know how
proposal,
sign language
we are
interpreting
ramping up
goes.
ammunition production to help match Ukraine's immediate needs. But we are also looking further ahead.
Europe did recently, I
And
think,
this is why we have
overtake
proposed
USA,
an
right?
additional 50 billion
In the amount of
euros
aid
for
given.
over 4 years for investment and reforms. This will help build Ukraine's future to rebuild a modern and prosperous country. And that future is clear to see. This House has said it out loud. The future of Ukraine is in our union.
Oh yeah, for 7 months
The
of
future of the Western Balkans
2023, the
is
total
in our
obligations
union.
of European Union
Future of
doubled
Moldova is
the
in
obligations of
our
USA.
union. And I know how important the EU perspective is for so many people in Georgia. Honourable members, I started by speaking of Europe responding to the call of history. And history is now calling us to work on completing our union. In a world where some are trying to pick off countries one by one, we cannot afford to leave our fellow Europeans behind. In a world where size and weight matters, it is clearly in Europe's strategic interest to complete our union.
I
But
see
beyond
that.
the politics and geopolitics of it, we need to picture what is at stake. We need to set out a vision for a successful enlargement. A union complete with over 500 million people living in a free, democratic, and prosperous union. A union complete with young people who can live, study, and work in freedom. A union complete with vibrant democracies in which judiciaries are independent, oppositions are respected, and journalists are respected. Because the rule of law and fundamental rights are always and will always be
Kick
the
Russians
foundation
out of
our
Transnistria.
union in current and in future
And then whatever
Member
happens,
States.
you know.
And this is why the
Man, I
Commission
really
has
want to
made
get
the rule of
Georgia in
law
though.
reports a key priority.
I know it's like
We
geographically
now work
questionable.
closely with member states to identify progress and
Just
concerns
really want Georgia in.
and make recommendations for the year ahead. This has ensured accountability in front of this House and national parliaments. It has allowed for dialogue between member states, and it is delivering results. I believe that we can do the same for future member states. And this is why I'm very happy to announce that we will open
Turkey is kind of
the rule of law reports
wanting to
to
get
those
in.
accession countries who get up to speed even faster.
I really, really want Georgia in. But by the way, talking about Georgia, have you seen their monument? Because I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was a beautiful, beautiful symbol of I don't know, cooperation? I thought it was beautiful. They erected a monument to the hero of Ukraine, Tbilisi. Look at him! Georgia! Fucking Georgia! There are people, I want them in. I really, really want them in. We need to put them inside European Union. I feel so bad for them just being kind of left behind. I saw Chona Moritz saying that he was a sniper. I haven't heard of that before. Oh, wait, here's his post. But I saw him, the first dude saying that he was a sniper. Yeah, the sniper of 163rd Battalion. I didn't know about it until like yesterday. Yuri is amazing, by the way. If you have extra cash money and you're willing to donate it to Yuri, because Yuri is fucking great, okay? He's helping snipers on the front, getting really, really, really good equipment to them. Heroes, all of them. That was right, yeah. Heartbreaking. Fucking heartbreaking. But the fact this monument is erected now, I just... no, it's so beautiful. It is so beautiful. Armenia? I would welcome them into European Union long before the bloody Ottomans. The problem is that, like, we, you know, we're having geographical issues. we're having geographical issues at the point. We need to have some sort of, like, a connection. I'm even okay with Turkey. I may be getting... I don't know. Part of me fears they will go the way of Hungary. Another part of me is like, bro, they could be really, really strong as an asset. Armenia's doing something planned with the US. Yeah, there's an interesting shift in who supports which side happening right now. It's interesting. I've been on Twitter. It wasn't really the best time, but I've been seeing people argue over which side they should be supporting based on which side their country is supporting. And it's so weird to see these conversations, because people will be like, oh yeah, Armenia is an ally of Russia, for example. But is it? Is it really? It had no other possibility to find allies in the area. Who else could it have turned to? But Russia betrayed it. CSTO betrayed it. And now Armenia is trying to do exercises with USA. It did protest to try to become major non-NATO ally. Is it really an ally of Russia? And the same with Azerbaijan, you know, people always point out Armenia as an ally of Russia, as like, you know, pretending it's the opposite of Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan also has close ties with Russia. They also have close ties. It's not like they're enemies. They also cooperate. They cooperate in military too. The situation is not really clear-cut, and it's interesting to see people are trying to only view it from the lens of the Ukrainian war. And even then, my favorite argument about why we should support Azerbaijan, my favorite argument I've heard was that Azerbaijan is a really powerful ally because it has oil. So because it has oil, we should keep on trading with them. Like, it's year 2023. Come on. Come on. You shouldn't be saying that. Come on. You should have learned better. You should have learned better. They're mad at Russia for killing the lake and the water sources. Oh, I wouldn't know too much about that. What I do know is that their borders are fucked up. Like, I blame the fucking Soviets. Their borders are fucked. Come on. That was literally a playground for conflict set up right there. It's like if you look at some of the Balkan borders, they make no fucking sense. Of course we were fighting each other. Not sure European Union would want their farthest borders to be where Turkey meets the Middle East. I mean, why not? I don't think Turks want to be held to the minority people's European Union legislation with a Kurdish population. Or negotiate over Cyprus. Or apologize for the Armenian genocide. That's actually true. If you try to calculate the possibility Turks admitting the Armenian genocide or Serbs giving up Kosovo? What would we see first? Are there any Nazis in Azer Armenia? Oh, we gotta ask Russians. We gotta ask Russians. How do you even Google this? Nazis. Nazi presence in... It would be Armenia, right? Wait, wasn't it? But it wasn't on Nazis. What's the name of that woman? The blonde woman. She's Russian something. Foreign minister or some shit. Didn't she make a claim about Armenia at one point? Oh! Hey, check this out about Armenia. Check this out, check this out, check this out. Armenia will ratify the Rome Statute. You know what that means? You know what that means? You know what that means? It means if Putin steps foot inside, they're gonna arrest him. That's what it means. Except Slovenia. Slovenia is a tiny country. It has like 3 people inside of it. It can't have Nazis by the virtue of being Slovenia. It's a tiny country. They have no minorities to hate. They are the minority. There's 5 of them existing. Rome Statute. Oh shit! I clicked on this one, and I should have clicked on this one. One of those 3 people is Nazi. Could be that too. Could be that too. What is the man of the woman name? She is the blonde one, and she was also mocked by our Eurovision team. Wait, I think I know. Zakharova. It was Zakharova. And then she had a speech. Okay, here it is. I think it was this one. Who the fuck knows? That sounds like my ex. Bro, you had a lot of exes. You had a lot of exes. Your dating relationship, like history, must be the most interesting thing ever. This one? Was it this one? Oh, I think it was this one. It was a long post that I've seen. She stated Russia is concerned about the increase in the number of pro-Western media in Armenia. We consider unacceptable the attempt to sow enmity and hatred between our peoples and to blame Russia for all the misfortunes of Armenia. Duh. We assume neither we nor you can be satisfied with that clear trend that has recently appeared in the information area of Armenia. The spread of one-sided, negative, untrue information about Russia contradicts to traditional, friendly nature of the relations between the 2 nations. And this comes, by the way, after Armenia was like, Russia, please help me. I'm being invaded by Azerbaijan. And Russia went, hello, sucks to be you. And now she's doing the whole thing with like, oh yeah, the Westerners made Armenians angry at us for not helping them. Instead of being like, hey, maybe we betrayed our ally. Maybe we are fucking traitors. And we deserve Armenia hating on us because they asked for our help. And what did we do? Nothing. We did nothing. We are part of CSTO. We were supposed to do something. We did absolutely fucking nothing. She complained Russian figures are included in the blacklist and cannot visit Armenia. Bro, they all should be on the blacklist. It is absurd that the spokesperson of the dictatorial regime, which has suppressed free speech and persecuted free media with Goebbelsian methods, is concerned about the ban on the entry of journalists and Russian propagandists into Armenia. I wonder which ones of them got on the blacklist. According to the Kremlin logic, all those media outlets that called Russia's war against Ukraine a crime against humanity, that is, present the reality, are pro-Western media outlets. It's simply that Armenia is a democratic state and there is freedom of speech. No one in Armenia, whether a representative of the government or the opposition, can instruct the free media to keep silent or distort the truth about the Russian-Ukrainian war. Bro, it goes into like all of the details, holy shit. But yeah, overall, I don't know. I don't know if pretending like this issue is so simple makes sense. So usually when I see people arguing, I just, man, I don't even know what to do. It's a weird thing. Like I talked to a friend, and one part of the talk was about Armenia being allied with Russia, you know? And then I'm like, okay, let's look at Azerbaijan and Russia relations. And if you go to look at their Wikipedia page of their relations, it states all of the ways that their relationship has been growing stronger in the last few years. Not weaker, stronger. Like despite the fact that they are, you know, supposed to be on the opposing sides because Russia is supposed to be supporting Armenia, Russia doesn't really mind Azerbaijan too much. It's just a stupid little situation. It's true that Russia has no friends, it seems. Azeris of the Sultan's homies can't touch it. Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's true. Kind of interesting it was allied with Armenia over them in the first place, to be fair. Like, when I think about it, what did I gain out of it? Isn't it rather interesting? What did I get? What was the benefit? I'll need to look into that. Hey, also I was wondering, where is my thing? Oh, I saved this, which is on the line between Eastern and Western Europe, but I wanted to find this. USSR doing wrong in Hungary? What? Is he fishing for Hungarian Slovakian support? Oh shit, I actually saw people commenting on that. They were making fun of tankies who are probably crying. Oh, tankies must be going mad. Look so tiny. We need those Twitter losers. You know those Twitter losers who like look at photos of couples and they draw those lines of like who is the dominant person in the relationship and who's the submissive one. They need to do the line here because like here you see how like he's the one leaning and he's the one sitting straight, and then here it's exactly the opposite. Therefore, I concur that Putin is a bitch. They're the same height. Well, I mean, he may be a lanky, weird-looking dude. He may be a lanky little man. Yeah, after that, what? Another one? Hey, I think there's not gonna be Article 5 over it. I don't know if that's... I don't think it's pessimism. I think it's realism. I don't think there's going to be Article 5 push unless the future of the nation is at stake. And I don't think Romania sees this as threatening the future of the nation. Oh, NATO was informed? What? Hey, I'm trying not to be too hopeful. You're making me hopeful. This is cruel. By the way, I need to show you Dennis. But let me look into that. Oh, Romanian army sources say that the Russian drone found today had crashed in the vicinity of a Romanian military objective. Oh. What? Russian affiliate called at our external ministry. NATO was informed. NATO spokesperson was talking a few minutes ago. Article 4. Oh, they should. Man, don't get me hopeful. Don't get me hopeful. Dude, I'm gonna get all hopeful on this, and then nothing's gonna happen. This is gonna be like the Wagner coup. Okay, they're making it's not intentional. They're claiming it's not intentional. Romanians are told to shelter from Russian drones. Holy shit. Oh, they summoned the Ruski. Oh no, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs reiterated its firm protest against the violation of Romania's airspace. He calls for an end to the repeated attacks against the Ukrainian population and civil infrastructure and the irresponsible escalation by the Russian Federation of the security situation. Okay. Firm condemnation. What you gonna do about it? He will urgently summon the head of the diplomatic mission of the Russian Federation. What's the point of that? Do something stronger. Oh, the first 2 cases of drone remains were near the town of Plauro, located practically on the border, but Nufaro and Victoria are much further from the border. Oh. Oh yeah, definitely you accept the drone shit, that's it. They're doing this, they've been doing this for a while with other countries too. They know how to poke to see where you are strong in your defenses and where you are weak. If the response is weak, they will likely just continue poking. It's Russians, they're pieces of shit. Human rights, Russian car rights, Russian opposition. Okay, fair though. Oh. 2 ships will be fully restored and will continue to serve in combat as part of their fleets. No chance. Yeah, no fucking chance this is gonna be repaired. Come on. Come on, it's Russia. No chance. This is no. No, not working. Not working. Nothing wrong with poking. Depends on how you poke. Would you like being poked by a drone? Is that what I did to you at the colonoscopy? Sent one with like one of those cameras. Where is your defense? Okay, fair. Okay, fair. Too soon? Dude, hasn't it been like a month? 2 months? How long has it been? Are you still... Do you still think about it? Feels like it was just yesterday. You're making me kind of scared. Like if ever in my life I have to go to a similar procedure, I just won't. I just will not. You're making me feel a bit disturbed. Some of the shit you hear about Kim Jong-un's wealth and privileges. His harem of women? I don't think you could ever really negotiate with a guy like that. There's nothing he really wants other than things to stay the same as they are. I can see that. But also, to be fair, you could claim the same for Putin, right? Comrade Ivan Musk. You could say the same for Putin. He stole a shitload of cash. He had a really good relationship with Western countries. If he wanted to, he could have kept Russia existing as a normal state forever. You know, you would think that if there was anything that genuinely benefited this man in the long run, it would be just keeping the country as it is. After, not even like when he started being the leader, because people did vote for him on the idea of him being like a normal democratic option, right? After Chechen War, if he stopped, I feel like Europeans would accept him. You know, we would all be knowing that he killed a bunch of people in his wars, but I don't think anyone would really care too much. After Georgia, if he stopped then, I feel like Europeans would still then accept him. We would all know who he killed in Georgia and how many people he has massacred, and no one would really give a shit. Even after 2014, if he stopped, I feel Europe would still accept him in. If at any point he just stopped being a piece of shit, he was able to have such a strong relationship with the West and good trade deals, and he was able to be rich as shit. And he just chose to, you know, destroy it all because he really, really wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. It's fucking weird, my man. It's fucking weird, you know? Like, I know Vlad Vexler talked about how this war is basically a war for continuation of the regime in Russia, because ordinary Russians are so into the idea of the Russian Empire that they support Putin more whenever he tries to rebuild it. But I don't even think so. Putin knows Russians. He knows Russians would never kick him out of power, even if he never tried to actually be rebuilding the Russian Empire. If he just kept on, you know, blue balling them over it every once in a while, I feel Russians would still do nothing. They're doing nothing now. I don't know how much this is for this surviving of the regime. I don't feel the regime was ever threatened. Russian drone that fell today was near an army depot or location? Shit, really? Wait, so this one was correct. I didn't want to open it until we see whether it is correct. Crap, where did I see the link to this? But there was one of them which mentioned that the place where the drone landed is was close to the military site. Military objective. What is this? You got shelters? Is this correct? Romania, NATO member. We protect ourselves with anti-drone systems strategically placed near the Romanian-Ukrainian border. We hide like rats in improvised shelters and pray to God. Really? Like, really? You built shelters? A NATO member has built shelters? This is like, oh, we're gonna you know, protect every inch of our territory. Is that what it is? Oh. Wait, more photos, really? Fragments of Russian drones are the new normal. People live in a NATO country and have to go through this? Romanians, come on, where's the balls? Where's the balls? They started getting notifications about the danger. My man. My man. This is like some Russian level tiny ball existence. No. I can't believe in this. No. The Romania's gonna do something in the next few days, guys. Okay, trust Romanians. Trust Romanians. They are good people. They are strong people. They will do something on this. My dude, no chance. Fucking NATO member country too. No chance. Romanians will do something. Okay, something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. Impossible. Impossible. Some army had stated in public we could not detect those. Oh. 270 meters. The distance from Kherson to Sevastopol exceeds 230 kilometers, which does not allow the use of standard ammunition. With such a range, only ATACMS can be used, and they are also promising PRSM ballistic missiles, which should replace the old generation. If the M270 was actually used for the strike, then this means the Ukrainian troops have already been given the go-ahead to use ATACMS, or some new type of ammunition has appeared that hits at such a range. Man, I literally don't care what it was. I'm happy it happened. I hope it happens more often. Zelensky made a tweet or something, which was seen as people as a bit of a tweet, because he said that Russians are going to soon feel the effect of what's coming, and apparently he has tweeted it after the attack. So there may be some new big things happening, so be on the lookout. Be on the fucking lookout. Eastern Europe has balls, but Western Europe doesn't. I think there's a level of control that Westerners have over us. And I don't think it is in their power level to take away Eastern Europeans' ability to defend themselves. I don't think it should be. I think Romania should be first of all buying a bunch of air defense systems, because holy shit, what is this? NATO's border should always be protected. The fact drones can just fly over, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Why do we not have proper protection on our fucking borders? Oh. What would Article 5 mean if Romania calls for it? The thing is, yeah, this is gonna be the first time that Article 5 will be tested, if it gets tested. I don't think it will, but if it does, this is going to be the first time it is tested. So we don't really know what to expect. Not properly tested as an attack thing. Just send all the stuff to Ukrainians to fuck those Russians hard. Oh, you lobby for like strong weapons. So you could be defending yourself from Russians, and then you get strong weapons from NATO, and then you send them all to Ukraine. Ah, that would be great. Afghanistan? Yeah, I don't see that one as... how to say it? I don't know if I see it in the same way I would see like the current attacks on Romania, for example. I don't know if I would see them the same way. The support you saw being given to US by Sweden and Poland, it's the minimum. Yeah, a lot of our countries just kind of sent soldiers, sent a few soldiers, and that was it, which was also like, okay. Article 5 means Russia is fucked. I wish. I'm very skeptical on this. Part of me is like, oh, we're gonna push for Article 5 and we're gonna get like, I don't know, 100 new shells and that's it. My level of trust in NATO is like 50-50. 50-50. I believe that they would be trying to look for a way to get out of having to do anything. And I think that's our biggest danger. They would be trying to figure out how to not have to react. Klishivka. Ukrainian forces took almost the entire village. a small part is under control. The group came out from our side. What do they mean the group came out from our side? Oh, like wait, a group retreated from our side and then there's only, what, 300 people left, or? What do they mean? We pay so much to NATO? That's also true. We pay quite a lot for NATO. Okay, we have to put a lot of cash money into funding our defense and shit. We shouldn't be having to deal with stupid drones falling on our countries. It's ridiculous. It's not that we got free for all membership or whatever the fuck. Our countries worked for that crap. And are paying for that crap. And then, you know, you have to build some shit-ass shelters to hide in. Eastern Estonia, Estonia's Article 5, then what? It is a strong question. Because here's how I see it. I think Western Europe would try to figure out a way to not have to help. I think Western Europe would try really, really hard to figure out how not to be required to help. Whatever they will be able to use, they will use it to try and get out. Now, I don't want to be too negative. I'm trying not to be too negative, but I really, really don't think they're going to matter that much. I don't trust them at all. Is she with arming you guys? Is the Balkan countries are going to Balkan? Dude, we're not touching Balkan. No. Balkan has never had peace as it has peace right now. We're not doing shit. We're not touching each other. We don't dare to. Russian garbage landing on NATO territory is an excuse for NATO to send Ukraine back. Shit. I'm worried about whether the intensity of sending better shit is enough, will be enough. I don't expect it to be. I expect NATO to send some useless blue help, but that's it. I'm genuinely very, very pessimistic on NATO. I don't know. I'm hoping though. We also have Rammstein is soon. Rammstein is, I think, on the 19th. Is it September 2023? So maybe we could get something on Rammstein. Yeah, September 19th. Yeah, maybe. You know, I want to be hopeful. I'm not really too positive of a person when it comes to this conversation, I feel. I'm worried that... it's because NATO also has that plan over, like, oh, if the Baltics get invaded, we're not going to do anything, right? If the Baltics get invaded, we're just going to allow them to be invaded. And then we're going to jump in and help them later. But we're not going to do too much while they're being invaded. And now with the amount of Westerners you have saying that this is not their war, I don't think they understand that this war directly poses danger to NATO members, because Putin will not stop. Putin can't stop. I don't know. The only country I trust in Western Europe is unironically Portugal. And all of the other ones I'm very sussed out about. Finland's wall? Yeah, I definitely support the Finland's wall, yeah. I just look at France and don't know how they call themselves one of the major leaders of European Union or a major player of NATO. Why would you deport people to Russia? That's like giving away prisoners of war. I'm like 50-50, but I see what you mean. Wait, I don't know what deportation has happened, by the way. I'm not really sure which event we're talking about. But I see it. It's like there's a big conversation to be had about what is the best to do regarding European countries and, you know, Russians in them in this situation. I've seen some people saying that we should accept them in. Makes sense. I thought it was a continuation of the France thing. It makes sense to me that you would want them in your countries because you don't want them to be paying taxes in Russia. And if they, exist in Russia, they work in Russia, they pay taxes to Russia. By paying taxes in Russia, they directly help Russian economy and Russian military machine. I see that. On the other hand, Russia has a lot of people to kill. Russia has a lot of ethnic minorities, a lot of people there, a lot of young people there who will soon be of the age to be sent to die. Russia can continue this for a while continuously lowering the wages for these people. And I think Russia will be able to keep on going. Part of me wonders if we actually take all of the Russians who have either attempted to escape or successfully escaped, if we push them back into Russia, would we be seeing something happening on a country level? And I don't really think we would, but a part of me wonders if there's a possibility of that. Because there are some, like, you remember, like, the fires being set to conscription buildings and stuff like that. It's all tiny. It's all fucking tiny, okay? The opposition in Russia is nothing to brag about. They are tiny, they are mostly useless, they are very, very weak, right? But that's precisely why they could use the fucking numbers. They could use the aid of all of those people who have chosen to escape instead and left. See, I don't know. I don't know on which side of the conversation I am on. Let them come to Europe and then jail them. How it started, how it's going. They don't, it's little to Ukraine compared to their capability. I feel like most of us did. Like, I don't really think Croatia is doing any better on this. I don't think Germany is doing too great on this. Austria. I think lots of our countries are not doing too great on this. Eastern Europeans are, but like, 500k was the goal? Oh. Do we think they're gonna reach the goal? They're not gonna reach the goal. Are they gonna reach the goal? Hey, by the way, I have to share my videos. Are they gonna reach the goal? Because they've started, they've started teaching kids, preparing kids to fight. I guess they're, trying to do this for a very, very long time, in a way. They raised the age limit. Oh shit, yeah, I remember that. 47 minutes. Wait, that is long. What is this? Oh, that is very, very long. That is very, very, very long. Siege of Mariupol. Mariupol, though, that's interesting. But that is why the rich world is dying? Hey, this is the dude I talked to you about. The one with Russian influencers. I couldn't remember his name. But Thompson used to watch him, and then I found his account too. I got it in my recommended. He goes and he watches the stories of Russian influencers posting online. And in one of these, not her, is it this video even? Who the fuck knows? But one of these is the woman that I mentioned who really wanted to buy an apartment, to buy a ring in Dubai, and then she bought the ring, even though she had to pay taxes to support Ukraine when she bought the ring. Who the fuck knows which one it is? I wanted to remember her name, so whenever we see Russians blowing the fuck up, we can meme about her supplying us for this, but then I forgot her stupid name. Austria? Yeah, Austria is shit. Austria is doing shit. Someone big having a wedding? Is that the one who's living in Russia now? What's her stupid name? I think she's living in Russia now. Karin Kneisel? Yeah, it was a. Oh, we just got news on her today. She's moving to St. Petersburg, and she brought some snacks. Dubai's taxes got Ukrainian aid. Yeah, that's how she has represented it, basically. That because she's Russian, she has to pay some sort of an extra tax, because usually you don't have to pay. There's like tax-free shops. Usually you don't have to pay taxes on some products in some shops, but if you are Russian, you have to. And she said that if you pay the taxes will go at least partially to help Ukraine. And then she says that she bought the ring anyways. Right in our eyes prove that Russia is buying politicians in European Union. Oh, definitely. But also she wasn't a Russian asset for a very, very long time. Yeah, she's the one where there's a video of her dancing with Putin. Russian military aviation transported her horses or ponies through Syria or something. Oh, really? Bro, knowing Russians, it's almost a surprise they didn't chunk them from the air to try and kill some civilians. VIP ponies flew to Russia with a stopover in Syria aboard the military transport aircraft of the Russian Defense Ministry. Oh, yeah. The animals were delivered to the Russian Federation instead of the Russian military. Bro, if they would deliver it to the Russian military, they would use them to like feed the troops. Holy shit. Have you seen the food those dudes are getting? The expiry dates on it? They would see these ponies and start salivating immediately. Alexei Dunev. Oh, yeah. That one. I don't know if he has a new video with like English translations. But he's good. I find him really funny. Genuinely really funny. I think it's a very good style of humor. I wonder which one is the Dubai one, so I could show you the Dubai one. Who the hell knows? Who the absolute hell knows? I just remember Thompson's stream on this and that woman and just being like, haha, what a fucking loser. And then I tried to, you know what's the worst thing? I tried to Google that woman. Because I was like, oh, look at this rich Russian woman. There has to be something, you know how you think there has to be something. Why is she rich? There's probably a reason why she's rich. So I go and Google her name and there's nothing. It's like they exist just as online influencers. There's like nothing. No business under her name, no career as a model, no, nothing. There's nothing. She has the Instagram profile with quite a lot of followers, and she's traveling around and taking pictures in fancy places, but there's nothing else substantial. Yeah, I don't know. Are they born in rich families? Are Russian influencers mostly just people born rich? I've heard people saying that these are mostly escort ladies, which also I could understand, because it is one of those job positions that like wouldn't be written, I guess, if you Google search someone's name, you wouldn't see that she's an escort, but it is how she's making money. So I guess, I don't know, are they all escorts then though? Because I checked a few of them and none of them had anything. Just fucking weird. Oh yeah. Pashinyan said he understands the need to distance Armenia from its former ally Russia. Yeah, Pashinyan is doing a thing with trying to move a bit to the west because he got burned by trying to keep close to Russia, and Russia is fucking worthless. So I've got, I think my views on Armenia are very close to my views on Georgia. I'm just like, I want them to be protected. I want both of them to be protected. I want them both in European Union and in NATO. If they want membership, give them the membership. But check out the impeccable humor on this one. Holy shit.
Like Russia. ніяк не наважиться на відпочинок в Криму.
Понимаете, 7 пятниц на неделе сейчас, ничего не понятно, как там мост, вот это вот все ехать.
Та божевільна узбечка Ельвіра не задоволена етнічним складом Російської Федерації.
Скоро по всій Росії будуть.
Тож, саме час дивитись новий випуск «Дурнів дивиться сторіс зомбі». Поїхали! Карна.вал. 7,4 мільйони підписників. Валентина, це співачка, да? Валя Карнавал столкнулась з русофобией на Мальдивах. Уже там. Плачу баснословные деньги, а персонал оскорбляет мою родину. Уже хочу дізнатись, що ж там.
Ко мне подошел один из официантов.
Ты очень красивая в Инстаграме.
И такой говорит, ты очень красивая. Я говорю, спасибо большое. На что мне поступает вопрос, where are you from? Ну, то есть, откуда ты?
Да, це правильно.
Welcome quality. I'm sorry.
Я говорю, Russia. На что он смотрит на меня вот так.
Будь ласка, він достав свій і насяв її на обличчя.
Fucking paste.
Знаете, как будто захотел свои слова назад забрать. И такой, I don't like Russia.
А чого, що сталося? І вони досі дивуються. Я розумію, що перші місяці було якесь здивування, але...
It's just he has the perfect face. I love this man so much.
Like Russia. Я така, why?
Вай. Насправді, уявімо, що вони грали в гру, де кожен по черзі називає букву англійського алфавіту. Тому вона питає why, а він відповідає Z.
Почему? Он такой, Европа это Европа, Россия это Россия, я не люблю Россию.
Fair.
Я честно,
Що? Вже бачила, що хтось не любить Росію.
Я сталкивалась уже с этими неоднократно, но когда ты приезжаешь на отдых, в отпуск, где ты платишь баснословные деньги, и персонал может оскорбить твою родину, твой дом, мне кажется, это странно. Стоило бы придерживаться хоть какой-то минимальной этики.
Насправді ця мінімальна етика була витримана, і вона полягала в тому, що тебе там не вигнали, не кинули в океан, щоб тебе акули там розірвали. Нічого такого, тобі просто сказали, що типу Раша? Ну, типу, що? Тут насправді вже я не задоволений. Ми бачили в попередніх випусках, як людей просто виганяють.
Oh no, it's gonna be like that one in Germany. You remember that German one, guys? Do you remember that? The German one last year. Holy shit. The German one last year who wanted all the Russians in Germany to keep their heating on the highest possible setting throughout the whole winter. Because like the idea was that Europeans are gonna have trouble with the heating systems because we're not buying the Russian gas anymore. So if everyone keeps their heating to full, then the reserves are going to go down quicker and Europeans are going to freeze quicker. Like, you remember that? That's the influx you're gonna be getting, okay? No, just buy their visas now. There was also there was the same woman, by the way. I have to be, look, my passion is hating Russians, okay? I remember this so much. That was the same woman who on the streets of Germany was going around attacking Ukrainians. And then she got called out on, I think it was TikTok. People like, bro, why are you attacking Ukrainians on the street? The fuck are you doing? Like, I thought you're, trying to be better than orcs back home. And she explained that the reason she's attacking Ukrainians is because Ukrainians think that they are safe in Europe because they think that Europe likes them. So then, because, when she's attacking them on the street, she's reminding them that Europe doesn't really like them. And this reminds them that they don't belong in Europe. That was the logic, million IQ take. I'm going to be attacking Ukrainians because I don't want Ukrainians to feel welcomed. Like it's the same logic that, you know, the dumbass bullshit racists around would use. And people saw that, and some people went like, oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah. You should be aware of like European views towards immigrants. No. Ish. New house heating system. Oh, nice. They made us look into. I mean, not they. We were looking into the idea of buying solar panels previously, but like last year we actually went to look into them properly, and we found some really good ones. By the way, did you know in Germany you can get them for really fucking cheap? And you can just buy them in stores? Germans are fucking mad on this. Okay, because like here, there's a bunch of paperwork I have to solve. My father, recently, he comes to Croatia, and he always brings us those advertisements from stores in Germany. So he brings an advertisement, and I open it. First thing I see, by the way, electric car. A tiny electric car for like 2 people. Tiny, small one. It's like a smart car, but smaller. I'm like, bro, you're selling this in your like fucking random stores? It's not a fancy store. It's one of those. I don't even know how it's called. One of the basic bitch ones. You know, supermarkets? He's like, yeah, we sell these at supermarkets. I'm like, what the fuck? Because in a Croatian supermarket, that shit would just be standing there collecting dust. No one would ever look into it. But then they go and they... I go and I look at the rest of this. First off, it has saunas. You can buy a sauna. Why can you buy a sauna in it? But the end of it is solar panels. Huge solar panels. You could just buy them. You walk into a supermarket in Germany, of course the big ones, right? But you buy a solar panel. You can't do that shit here. There's like a list of papers that you need to go through to be allowed to have it. We asked. The paperwork is wild. And not only is the paperwork problem, but a big problem is also that if you put in an amount to be enough for your household, right? If you produce too much electricity, you will be having to pay money to the state, because that is the point where you become an electricity provider, right? So you have to pay a huge tax to the state because now you are a provider. You can be making enough electricity for your own use though, but you can't exceed the amount that you need. So what many people do is they will have the solar panels turned on, and then when they reach a certain amount of what is enough for a month, they will turn them off. Because if they keep them running, they will have to pay cash money to the state. I don't know how it works in Germany, but like if you can just buy them in any fucking supermarket, holy shit. Semi-transparent solar panels with a roof over your field plants? Oh, I haven't seen that at all. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. I love that idea. We're just gonna do the basic bitch thing of putting them on your roofs. We did have though, we had a, it's not rebuilding. It's not rebuilding. What's the word? Osijek. Renovation of one building in Osijek. Saponia. And it's the first building I've actually seen. This is what it looks like right now after the renovation. All of these are solar panels. Bro, how cool is that shit? This is the first building I've seen in Croatia with this amount of solar panels on fucking walls. Just amazing. Saponia is a whole factory, so firm, big thing. They need a lot of electricity, but this is great. I for sure wouldn't connect them to the grid. Yeah, that's the problem with like paperwork you have to fill out in Croatia. You have to connect it to the grid. You have to connect it to the grid. You have no other choice but to connect it to the grid. If you do not connect it to the grid, they can come to your house and you can pay a huge fine because you have not connected them to the grid. So when it comes to that, we are still a bit shit, you know, over the whole thing with encouraging people to put more of them around. Because I know, like, we had a dude here in the village who had a bunch of them put on his house, had enough electricity for himself, but one of the neighbors has reported him. Yeah, you have to, you don't necessarily, how to say this, you could be using the battery storage, but you have to report that you are using it. You have to get the paperwork. you can't just put them on your house. You have to be approved by the state, and they must have you connected regardless. I don't know why, to be honest. I don't know why. It's inefficient. I would say that the engineers know a bit better than, you know, random ass Twitch chatters, my dude. Like, no hate, but I would say the dudes who planned out this project would probably know the efficiency of this a bit more than, you know, random ass dude. 1984 Croatia. When it comes to solar panels, yeah. When it comes to solar panels, absolutely, we are absolutely embarrassing on this shit. Too much bureaucracy. It's Croatia. We're still trying. Corruption is a part of Croatian soul, okay? And European Union made us get rid of a lot of corruption. And we don't know how to live in this world where we have to be fair with money. So we are trying to hold on to the last little pieces of corruption we can still keep around. And our bureaucracy is one of those, you know? It's one of those. A Russian diploma doesn't count. That could work too, that could work too. All of you people, didn't we have like one Russian a few streams ago who was, what was he cosplaying? IT dude or whatever? In Dutch? That makes a lot of sense. Or Slav, yeah. Maybe this one is also Slav. Hey Slav, how's life going? Man's Dutch, imagine being a Dutch and then entering the stream. Fucking Russian flags. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? It's like Elon Musk. But yeah, most efficient angle could be like 30 degrees. I'm not sure about the efficiency. I am sure that, you know, it still works. Maybe not as good, but like it would still work, my dude. It would still work. It would be GG. Software engineer yesterday. So it's like it's different levels of engineering. You think Slav is at home? He Googles like what sort of degrees exist. He puts them on alphabetical, and then whenever he makes a new account, he just chooses one of them. Because I feel that's what he does. I feel that's what he does. To be fair, that side of the building does get a lot of, what's the word? Sun? Because it's close to a, it's right close to like a major road. So it has like open access. So I would guess it's okay for that, but also, 90-degree angle to the sun is efficient. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Look, I have the position that I'm pretty sure engineers would know enough. So I'm guessing that I have calculated it and the efficiency levels are acceptable for the amount of energy they want to be producing. Given at which angle the grid is installed in these panels. I can't buy them. I don't know too much about how they work. I'm not allowed to buy them until I fill out 20 million paperwork things. Ladder. Oh, like I see that. I see that. I see that. Or they're just stupid and don't know geometry. Hey, we are corrupt as shit, okay? We are corrupt as shit, but we got smart people here. Okay, we got smart people here. We probably like imported Germans or whoever to build this. You think Croatians did this? Nah, my dude. Croatians would just repaint the facade and take like $20 million for it. It's all on western facing walls. Oi! Fuck, I'm trying to like do the thing with figuring out which side of the building is west-east facing, but I don't know. I can't do it in my head. I just try to be like, no, I don't know. Is there a Dutch flag above your head? It's because I bought this thing, which is like Croatian war paint. Kind of washed off. I need to reapply it. It's Croatian war paint for your face. See what it does? I bought it as part of doing my new sub goals, of like making myself more and more nationalistic Croatian with everyone. But it doesn't have the coat of arms sticker to put onto it. So the only thing you get really is just a Dutch flag on your fucking face. That's that. That's that. They should have given us something to actually show our Croatianness, but no. The building shall rotate to be efficient. Yeah, like a sunflower. Or even better. There's a new trend in Croatia right now. We have a lot of Serb workers coming around, okay? Because our minimum wage is very, very high compared to Serbian one. So there's an influx of workers, and there's not really that many factories in Croatia for them to be working in. Here's my idea, okay? It's a great way to employ a bunch of Serbs. Every few hours, they should be repositioning the solar panels. A great fucking use of just employing 1,000 new people. They just go up there, they dismantle it, put it on another wall, you wait for a while, you dismantle it, you put it on another wall. Come on. Maximum fucking efficiency, my dude. Maximum fucking efficiency. Liechtensteiners. There's like 2 of them.
Дивимось сторіс далі. Підключай ексклюзивну акцію від Vodafone. Отримуй 2 місяці безкоштовного доступу до YouTube Premium та споживай контент без реклами. Відео не зупиняється навіть, якщо ви гасите екран.
Fucking Ukrainian.
А куди все поділось? Та нікуди, це просто YouTube Premium.
Is this your version of Raid Shadow Legends? Fucking Vodafone.
Ну що, шановні, нарешті ми дивимось сторіс. Знову інтернет.
What's this now? Oh, you also get mobile data.
YouTube на телефон. Та дивись,
Oh, no, you download
коли
it.
захочеш, навіть без інтернету. А якщо ти абонент Vodafone, підключай акцію за допомогою комбінації зірочка 313. Грати з телефону. 3. Акцію за допомогою комбінації зірочка 313.
How did he call it?
Грати з телефону.
How did he call it?
Всі деталі за посиланням під цим.
Also, like, what sort of a fucking loser downloads YouTube videos to watch them later? Without YouTube Premium? Why would you download YouTube videos? Did you do that? Did you ever do that? Do you download YouTube videos? Why would you download YouTube videos? Wouldn't they? Why would you do that? And he called this one. Wait. This one. That one. Apple users. Zirochka? 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 Why do you call it like that? That's so cute. Why do you call it like that? Zirochka? Like a small star? Wait, what's star? What's a star? How do you say star? Zirochka. Such a cute word. That was adorable. Zirochka. I don't even know how to pronounce that one. What is that? You got like Sirachka, and then you got this one. Okay, that other one kind of sounds. Cuter.
Gwiazdka.
Gwiazdka?
Gwiazdka.
And then this one is Gwiazdeczka?
Gwiazdeczka.
Gwiazdeczka. Gwiazdeczka. Because we say zvezda. No, zvezda, bre. Zvezda is Serbian. Serbs got zvezdas, we got zvezda. See, we got the fancy one. Zvezda.
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 Zvezda. Gwiazdeczka.
What to translate this to Korean? It's because I was using it. I don't know why. I don't remember the last thing I translated. But yeah, I was trying to insult someone. I was trying to figure out Zvezda. No, it's Zvezda. Zvezda bre. You have to put bre at the end. Serbian bre is Kadirov's don. See, Zvezda.
Zvezda.
Zvezda bre. Sranje bre, sranje. It's like don. It's like don. Shibal is the only Korean insult in it. I like... No, you know what messes me up about Korean? I want to learn how to do that sound, and I don't know how to do it. You know how they have, like, it comes from somewhere here. I don't know how they make it. It's a weird little sound. It's almost like fucking Germans. Germans have something like this too. There's like one letter in their speech which is very ha. I don't know how to say it. I want to say it. Or we educate you on the high IQ stuff, and you educate us on the general words. Bro, what do you mean the high IQ stuff? What do you mean? It's true. Speak from the chest? How do you speak from the chest? How do you do that? Because I had a German friend and I was like, bro, teach me how to say it. And but he couldn't do the r. So, you know, I feel better being able to roll my r's than him being able to do the from the bottom of his soul. You sing from the chest instead of the nose. I don't have enough experience with singing to know how I sing. I need to start singing to learn how I sing. And then by learning how I sing, I will be able to learn how to speak the way I sing, and then I will be able to say it's a cool sounding thing. Ed Sheeran. He sucked before he learned. What, really? I've never noticed the difference.
12 тысяч участниц проекта.
Я хочу немножко рассказать.
Полезно тем, кто собирается в Грузию. Рассказываю, как проявляется недоброжелательность в Грузии к русским.
Oh, he was bad at singing?
Я хочу немножко рассказать, потому что...
Oh, I'll have to look into it. I like his lyrics.
Как проявляется недоброжелательность. Ну, помимо того, что огромное количество флагов, вывесок в поддержку Украины.
Georgia, thank you.
Официант отказывается разговаривать на русском.
Ну, блядь, в Грузии...
Get Georgia into European Union. Give us Georgia.
Когда мы что-то разговариваем, обсуждаем, они нам отвечают, но на английском.
Це недоброжелательність. Не хотів би я опинитись в такій ситуації. А українці, коли з ними розмовляють українською, вони такі, добрий день, що будете замовляти? Вони просто, яка вона тупа. Через те, що з нею не розмовляють російською,
I wish they were malevolent.
Недоброзичливість.
Просто українські прапори.
Так, ой, недоброзичливість.
Мы ехали, рассказывали таксисту, он здесь в Осетии, он такой, нашлись мне англичане.
Based.
На английском, то есть не разговаривают на русском. Вот то, что нас отказались обслуживать. Потом в некоторых заведениях у официантов флажочки такие Украины. И, в принципе, знаете, есть такое взгляд. Мы в клуб ходили, ребята нам сказали, типа, для вас, типа, закрыт клуб. Ну, хотя они просто тоже посетители. Вот такое вот.
Dude.
Блін, я дуже кайфую з цих історій.
Give us Georgians. I want Georgians in European Union. I want them in NATO.
Писати словами, ти просто відчуваєш цю енергію. Там подивились, там
Georgia is the eastern of
прапорець, там що зроблять
Ukraine, East to West.
І так воно складається все в саме ту
Even Thompson fucks their mothers in Russian.
по всьому світу відносно
Georgians are so mean not to do this.
Ми вже за традицією
True. That too.
Слава Грузії.
Slava Грузії. Did he say Грузії?
Лавіна. Світлана Тарлавіна.
Wait, is it, by the way, stupid question. But like I've seen a meme about Russians, and it was about how when they come to European lands, and when they speak Russian, they know like Europeans can't really tell a difference between Korean between Ukrainian and Russian, right? They know Europeans are not really able to tell the difference mostly because we don't speak either language, right? But they made this joke once about like how Europeans can tell you apart because Russians say g. And yeah. Is it like do Ukrainians just not have g? Do they have h in all g spots? Like, is it a reliable way to figure out by the sound? G-spots, okay. Because I've seen, no, genuinely, I've seen a meme about it, and I wanted to ask, because I'm not sure how it goes. Because the meme was something about, like, oh, when I speak Russian in Europe and I feel safe, and then I make the g sound. You know, and, like, everyone's looking at them. Because I know that in Ukrainian, I've noticed a lot of your words where we have g, you have h. Like the soft version. Is it always the soft version? It's not always the soft version. So it's not a reliable way. Well, that makes me fucking sad. I was like, damn, maybe they have just given me a proper way to figure it out. G and H. Yeah, the two H's. I remember that. I remember that one time when we looked into this on the stream. I remember it. It was the dark times of my existence. When I looked into that phrase, which was like, I'm hungry. And then the other phrase was, I'm cold. And then the Google Translate pronounces them exactly the same. And then I look at the Reddit comment about this, and the Reddit comment is like, well, actually, these two have completely different sounds. So you can't use the same sound for both of them. You have to use the other one. Because if you use the wrong sound, then people will not know what you are talking about. Russians must have good because govno. Priorities. People from some western part of Russia could pronounce some word Ukrainian way. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, like switching. Yeah. I see that. If you are surrounded by people who speak another language, you will like pick up some of their speaking patterns. That makes sense. It's like Germans and how in different parts of Germany, their German is completely different, right? That makes sense.
148 тисяч підписників. Главний цвіточок страни. Експерт по матриці судьби. Ще раз, ніякої матриці долі не існує. Є перша матриця, друга і третя. Революція.
What? Що versus що? How? like just in asking what? Що? 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 Yeah, we say що. We also say що. In proper Croatian, we have three versions of Croatian language: Štokavski, Kajkavski, and Čakavski. And što is differentiated in all of them. In the proper one, you say što, and it means what. In Kajkavski, you say kaj, and it also means what. And then in Čakavski, you say ča, and it also means what. That's a fun fact about Croatian you have gotten today. But like I've never noticed the difference here. Yeah, we have three ways to say što in Croatian. Što, šo, šjo. Što, šo, šjo. What's the difference between the three? Nothing. It's just that there's three Croatian languages. They're spoken in different parts of the country. So, dialect is the word. Dialect is the word. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. There's like the three main ones. You see? Three main ones. So you have the što, which are the proper ones. You have kaj, which are the main city ones. And you have ča, which are the sea ones. The sea people. That, basically. I live here, which is the proper što one. And also что is, it's the main one of the country, right? So official in the entirety of the country. If you want to get a job anywhere, you need to be knowing the proper one, which is что. So it's kind of a benefit if you're born on this area, because you learn the official language as your first one. In the other ones, you will learn the first language, which is your dialect, and then you have to learn the official Croatian, which is very different. We have, what's the word? We have assigned reading classes in school, in which you have to read books in other dialects, and you can't really understand them. It's one of the worst parts of assigned reading in Croatian schools. I remember not understanding anything when it came to Čakovski, for example, which is the sea people talk. It's impossible to understand it. It's a very, very weird way of writing and speaking, and all of their words are completely different than ours. High Croatian is što. Čo? Šo. Ukrainian. Both are spoken, not proper language. Okay. Oh, it's just we had a lot of, like, Kai, for example, carries the influence from Slovenians. Što carries a lot of influence from Serbs. And then Čak carries a lot of influence from Italians. So all of them are different based on different nations that have controlled this area for a while. All of them differ based on that. It's like depending, who was the main dude around. Like, for example, in my area, we still use a lot of Turkish words because we were under the Turks for a while. So there's a lot of Turkish words used in casual conversation. Whereas if you go to the sea people, they will have a lot of words which are just taken straight from Italian, because they have been under Italians for a very long while. So that's kind of cute. We are a great country with a lot of different languages inside.
Є ще мультик якийсь. Матриці долі немає.
Так.
Перший приз на конкурсі «Кінь-голова».
Вопросы.
В Крым в августе поедете? Удачного отдыха! Все сложно. Сами не знаем, куда точно поедем.
Если честно, мы уже не знаем, куда мы поедем.
На коне-ферму.
Мы планировали, да, поехать. Сначала мы планировали, у нас был забронирован там номер в Сочи.
Яка відпустка, сука, в тебе на подвір'ї просто валяються якісь ветки, гілки. Газон, хотів сказати, не покошений. Його навіть немає, просто залисини якісь. Вона наче живе на голові у якогось, блядь, чувака, в якого випадіння волосся.
Bold people hate.
В Геленджике неделя была забронирована. Потом мы бронь вернули.
Мені подобається, що вона наростила собі ці вії. Вона на себе просто дивилась в дзеркало і така, сука, ідеал. Трошки ще додам вії і буде.
Решили поехать в Крым. Мы там никогда не были, посмотреть на природу, на красоту.
Бро.
Рассказывают, что там просто необыкновенно.
Необикновенно? Єдиний курорт, по дорозі на який тебе може розпити ракетою. Це, блядь, дуже необикновенно, чесно. Спробую.
Решили, что мы поедем туда, но ничего не бронируем, потому что...
Ну, хто знає, доїдемо, не доїдемо. Бабки викидувати теж не хочеться, ну, понятно.
Понимаете, 7 пятниц на неделе сейчас, ничего не понятно, как там мост, вот это вот все ехать. И недавно мы увидели новости про этот мост и решили опять ехать. И сегодня я уже такая проснулась, думаю, может все-таки ехать.
Ехать, не ехать.
Good luck.
Ну, реально, вже про то місто і все, нікуди не їхати, правильно? Ну що?
Мы не знаем. Мы, наверное, знаете, ребят, вот как будет, мы сядем просто в машину и просто поедем.
Нахуй.
И просто поедем в сторону моря, а куда мы еще не решили. Так что не знаю. Не знаю.
Блін, неопределенність якась. Я думаю, що якщо ти ніколи не була в Криму, краще вже і не їхати. Бо це вже останні місяці, коли у вас взагалі є можливість туди з'їздити.
No, she wants to go for vacation in Crimea.
Контроль над Кримом. Жодна російська собака ніколи, ні за яких обставин більше туди не повернеться. Я думаю, що це буде заборона просто довічна. Маєш російський паспорт, все забудь, ніколи там не побуваєш. А в тебе купа справ на подвір'ї, тож займись краще цим.
Actively bombed bridge. And she's still being like, oh, maybe I should go. What is this?
Чуєш, Дань? Чуєш мене, чуєш? Може вже досить ходити за мною та хрустіти цією штукою? Те, що мені 33 було в 2020-му, ще нічого не означає. І взагалі я приймаю ортомол Хондро Плюс, збалансований склад якого забезпечує денну норму необхідних нутрієнтів для здоров'я кісток, хрящів та їх реабілітації. Прийом ортомол Хондро Плюс зміцнює опорно-руховий апарат, зменшує біль і дискомфорт суглоба, зміцнює імунітет і покращує роботу багатьох органів і систем.
Ad per video. I'm used to one Shadow Raid Shadow Legends thing.
Ортомол Імун Про.
This is the second one. How many?
Для нормалізації роботи шлунково-кишкової системи та підтримки
It's gastrointestinal
імунної
system.
системи. А то знаю я вас, молодь, під дощ попали і хворіють місяць. А відео хто монтувати буде? Шановні, перепрошую заздалегідь.
How does that how does that work? How many? Ads during ads? Are we getting ads? Holy shit. We need to figure out how to force Twitch to only use those stupid ass ads. You know those like small ones that they wanted to do for a while, which are like banners, and then they would be like, what? Hello, and then they would go down. Those were cool. Those were cool. When I was watching Topson, the only ad I was getting was the British dude ad. Depends on the country. Ah, I was getting the British dude, the one who goes, "We are young. We are young. We are wild. Let's go have some fun." I don't know how he was. I remember he was British, and every time, or he had an accent to something like that. And every time he would speak, I would go, "What?" Yeah, I usually in Croatia we kind of don't have ads, so I never used adblock because I didn't need to use adblock on Twitch, because I was barely getting ads ever. Recently I started getting some, but it's also like very, very rarely, so I don't really. Yeah, but also yeah. I don't know. I remember people for a while complaining about Twitch giving you not controlled ads. Like I remember people on Twitch subreddit were talking about how Twitch was giving them ads for condoms or whatever. When you know, what if like kids use Twitch and they get an advertisement for condoms? Ho, the horror. So I wanted to check what advertisements I would be getting, and that is when I turned off my ad block for Twitch to see what I would be getting. And I was getting nothing for a very, very long time. Just no ads at all. And then the British dude started appearing. He's like the first ad that I actually remember seeing, the British dude. They should have a limit on the ads they can give you per day. So once you reach a limit, you shouldn't get any more ads. But I think they sneaky done away with that. Oh, I didn't know they wanted to have that. Twitch puts the ads in the video player so ad blocks don't read it. Oh! Ah, that's fair. That's fair.
Олексій Панін. 14,9 тисяч підписників. Олексій Панін. Мой основной инстаграм украли.
Киркоров тщательно подчистил нашу с ним переписку в WhatsApp, но кое-зачем он все-таки не уследил.
Драма.
Кое-что он не углядел.
Мені здається, що Панін, він просто падає на рандомні шприци з ботоксом. Просто, знаєте, будь-куди він може встромитись.
Не буду делать никаких лишних спойлеров, просто оставляю скриншоты. Надеюсь, что каждый человек, который смотрит это видео, умеет читать.
Look, guys, I have to teach you something, okay? You are watching a Croatian streamer. You are watching a Croatian streamer. I need to show you the Croatian version of this man. Okay, I have to share him. I don't know what's his stupid ass name. Marko Grubnic. I'm not thinking of Marko Grubnic. I'm thinking of the other one. We got two men in the country. We call them Modni Mačak, which translates to like a fashionable cat. And there's two of them. One of them being this dude who constantly, like, his entire brand is posting these types of images where he is strongly fucking photoshopped. Like, fucking gorgeous. I remember one time there was a post on on fucking USA newspapers. I don't know which one it was, but they made a whole post about him and like the worst Photoshop images he had, because he had horrible shit. But we have the other one, and I actually wanted to show you the other one, and I don't remember his stupid name. If I remember his stupid name, I'm gonna show it to you. He is the one who has gone viral for a while because he tried to do a nose surgery. Look at this man. He tried to do a nose surgery, but some sort of medication they gave him while trying to do plastic surgery on his nose gave him permanent erection. And then it was like really dangerous for his health. So he needed to try and figure out a way to, you know, stop that. Photoshop IRL. He photoshops every single photo of him existing. Every single one. I don't know what's the name of the other one. Marko Grubnic. No, it's not him. Marko Grubnic. No, Instagram. Gonna remember it. Gonna remember it one day. Gonna actually look for it.
И каждый человек сможет сделать свои выводы. Конечно, можно сказать, что это невинная переписка о цветочках, но...
Bogdanov Brothers? Ooh! Oh, I forgot about these people. Bogdanov affair? Academic dispute regarding the legitimacy of a series of theoretical physics papers written by French twins Igor and Grichka Bogdanov. They're French? They're not French, they're French? Frenchies? Frenchies! This is the French culture. Should have stuck to just surrendering. Allegation that the twins had obtained PhDs with nonsensical work. Rumors spread that their work was a deliberate hoax intended to target weaknesses in the peer review system that physics journals use to select papers for publication. Oh, did they use the thing? What's the name of that one? That one situation where a dude wrote his entire document in some sort of AI, and it just made the entirety of the document very complex. Like it was using really long words, and then scientific journals published it because they saw a bunch of long words and they were like, this has to be smart. This has to be smart. This dude is just so much smarter than any of us. Sokal? Yeah, it was the Sokal thing. You know about the Sokal thing? Wait, where does it say? Sokal affair, here it is. He was curious to see whether the then non-peer-reviewed Postmodern Cultural Studies journal, Social Text, would publish a submission which flattered the editor's ideological preconceptions. He submitted a grand-sounding but completely nonsensical paper titled Transgressing the Boundaries toward a transformative hermeneutics of quantum gravity. And the staff published it. The staff published it. They saw a bunch of long words and they were like, oh, nice. So they published it as a relevant contribution. They should not work with proper peer review process. Yeah. It wasn't peer reviewed previously, so it worked. I guess right now we have a lot more strict ways to, control for this. At the start of the controversy, Igor Bogdanov denied that the published papers were a hoax, but when asked precise questions from physicists, he failed to convince any other participants that these papers had any real scientific value. New York Times reporter described reading through the debate as like watching someone trying to nail jello to a wall. For the Bogdanovs had developed their own private language, one that impinges on the vocabulary of science only at the edges. Check this out. One of the scientists who approved Igor Bogdanov's thesis, Roman Jakiv, spoke to the New York Times reporter. Overby wrote that Jakiv was intrigued by the thesis, although it contained many points he did not understand. It worked. Exactly the same thing as the Sokal paper. It worked. He didn't understand what the paper was about, but he was like, curious, long words. All these are ideas that could possibly make sense. It showed some originality and some familiarity with the jargon. It worked! Man, it worked! You spotted a forgery in a data set of a company, which conveniently doesn't employ me anymore. You shouldn't have let them know. You should not have let them know. You gotta blackmail them with it. Like, hey guys, there's something in your system, in your data set. I'm gonna let you know if you give me 3 times a bigger paycheck. Or I'm gonna report you to authorities. Can you report them to authorities for that? Is that doable? I had given a favorable opinion for Grichka's defense based on a rapid and indulgent reading of the thesis text. Alas! I was completely mistaken. The scientific language was just an appearance behind which hid incompetence and ignorance of even basic physics. So it worked. This means that it worked. If you write a thesis and then you don't become a famous person and you don't get any sort of attention on yourself, you're going to be able to keep your degree. They will never go back and look at it. They were forced to look at it right now because the dudes look like this. Right? So obviously, people were like, these dudes? Like, come on, not only is it already weird that a French person has a degree, but then also they look like this? Gotta look into this more. But like, if they were just normal people, I feel they could get away with it. My former employers will be out of business in a year because they do junk science and nobody cares. Oh shit. This is like essential oil business. My aunt got into it. How like you could be using these oils to fix any sort of problem you have in your life. Quite an interesting little thing, isn't it? Now I've tried to find the dude. I still want to find the Croatian dude. I will have to show you the fucking Croatian dude, my man. He is beautiful. He looks fucking ridiculous, and I can't remember what he's called. What? No investors get to put any money there anymore, so everyone's allowed to have one. Кива?
Может, это не про это.
Ну, это нужно быть совсем либо упоротым, либо ненормальным. Так что, ребятки, смотрите.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Сейчас Киркоров через адвоката Добровинского пытается всем донести, что я специально его оболгал, потому что он поддерживает Путина, и я тем самым ему мщу.
Я тут з Кіркоровим, його адвокатом, погоджуюсь. Ну реально дуже складно повірити в те, що Кіркоров гей. Ну дуже, ну він не виглядає. Ну куди? Ну він типу нормальний чоловік, я його бачу, він десь в майстерні, щось собі копається там, потім ну коли в нього тура нема. Ну якісь справи, валяється футбол, дивиться. Ну все це з півком, з друзями, десь доміно, блин. Ну як можна? От уявіть собі Кіркорова, що він гей.
What the fuck is Кіркоров?
Чесно, що він гей такий отак робить, ну куди?
Нет, ребятки, я его не оболгал. Я сказал чистую правду.
Можно по ролям. По ролям? На связи? Да, привет. Занят сегодня?
Who the fuck is that?
Я в деревню уехал, во Владимир, на 2 дня. Жаль. Буду в четверг только.
He actually looks like that? Oh. Bulgarian. He's a Bulgarian. Hey, Bulgarians, this is why you ain't in Schengen. Who the fuck is that? Oh, best-selling Russian artist. Oh, Tsar of Russian pop and dance music? Do I know him? Do I know him? Oh, bro, he wrote Belarusian entry, and then the Ukrainian entry, and then Moldova's Eurovision entry for 2021. Bro, he makes a comment in Verka Setuchkas, Do Re Mi. Oh, he sanctioned. He sanctioned. Sucks to be you, loser. Public imaging controversies. Rostov-on-Don. Oh, big scandal. At a press conference, he insulted Irina Aroyan, a female journalist who had asked why so many of his songs were covers of American and European hits. He told Aroyan he was tired of her pink blouse, her tits, and her microphone. Damn. makes me wonder. Makes me wonder what the tits look like. And demanded that she leave the room immediately. His bodyguards attacked her outside and destroyed her tape recorder. At a pro-Viktor Yanukovych candidacy concert, Kirkorov's father mistakenly called on Ukrainians to vote for Viktor Yushchenko. How the fuck? Okay, that one's funny though. That one's funny. Okay, Kirkorov sent his guards to attack the Russian rock singer Yuri Shevchuk after their emotional skirmish in a public place. Ooh, Shevchuk gave some offensive statements against Kirkorov, his wife. He has a wife. He has a wife. And his alleged lip syncing. Ex-husband of Pugacheva, who is anti-Putin. Wait. This one, I remember so many articles on her. Right? Is this? Am I on the proper Wikipedia page? Yeah. It was said that she is the biggest Russian star who has opposed the war. I remember that being in the articles. She's like the biggest Russian celebrity who was against the war in Ukraine, right? Ah. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Nice. It's. I'm getting more knowledge to understand the mysterious soul of Russia. What? He has resigned as head of the Russian jury at Eurovision Song Contest after having been seen posing for cameras with Greek entry Sakis Rovas. Who was you? I don't know which one this one. And having dinner with Norwegian entry. Okay, right, okay, this one, okay. Okay. Since the integrity of the jury has been damaged, at least he wasn't, you know, conspiring with the Swedes. The Swedes are the illegal members of Eurovision. Greeks, Norwegians, they're not Moldovans. Moldovans always give us good songs, okay? Romanians always give us good songs. Ukrainians always give us good songs. These ones are okay. Way better than Swedes. Kirkorov was caught on camera while confiscating the camera belonging to journalist Veronika Kozlova. Since the law could have been interpreted as robbery, some reports said the singer was facing 2 to 7 years in jail. Pink blouse the second. Oh, he slapped a female assistant because he was unhappy with lighting at a concert venue. Okay. Russian. This says who is this? Why does this one say Russian actor and then this one says Ukrainian actor? Doesn't say too much about his views and anything, but like it's interesting how it's like both. He hinted on non-heterosexual orientations of several Russian pop stars, including Kirkorov. Oh, he criticized Simonyan for questioning the sexual orientation of Russian comedian and television presenter Maxim Galkin, who fled Russia in protest of the invasion of Ukraine. Lithuania blacklisted him on 19 January 2021. Kirkorov was included in the list of persons who pose a threat to Ukraine's national security and banned from entering Ukraine for speaking in support of Russia's annexation of Crimea. And then Estonia also banned him from entering on 24 February 2022. He is huge though! He is huge! Or is Putin tiny? Maybe Putin is tiny. I was imagining him as like a small man. In my head, he was small. I thought he was small. He looks very round. I thought he was one of those small round people. You know the small round people? He's huge. This may be Putin without his high heels. You are actually correct. This is Putin in like normal person shoes. Fucking tiny. Look at this look in his face. Big boy, I thought he was tiny. I thought he was one of those fat little small boys. That makes sense though.
Ну да, жалко.
But like, who the fuck is this one? Long and wide.
Коли не зміг відсмоктати Кіркорову, ну да, жалко. Очень. Приеду к окну. Да, такие специфические тусовки просто редкость. А тут мы просто ебошим уже 3 дня. Може на студії десь чи що? Може допомагали комусь на будівництві. А ми тут ебошим уже 3 дня. І захотілось сьогодні вночі повного безпредела і грязі. Може там в Москві так все чисто, вже відвикли від бруду. Прям прет. Ну а при таком раскладе, как без тебя? Клево! Я только вчера вечером уехал. У меня свободных несколько дней. И я рванул. Я перезвоню. Я с дочкой в машине.
Bro,
Хорошо или срочно? А ты только слушай и принимай информацию. И заволь.
He did what? What's his name? What's his what? He did what? What's his stupid ass name? I can't find his stupid ass name. Alexei. Alexei? Alexei. Ah, okay, fair. He did what? Critic of Russian government, Ukraine invasion. Okay, so he's okay. He celebrated Crimean Bridge explosion on social media. Okay, he's based. The dude is based. Be nice. What the fuck? Oh shit, Ukraine too. He had a car accident in Crimea. Whoa! Shortly after the accident, he made a series of insulting statements about Ukraine and Crimean Tatars. Oh, so he's just like trying to do whatever is going to keep him in power for longest, right? Public justification of terrorism. Oh, that's because he made fun of the bridge, right? Public justification of terrorism because you go, haha, bridge go boom. Dude! He had some drama with his wife? Wait, the wife took the daughter from school and took her to St. Petersburg, where she did not attend school and was educated at home. And then Panin besieged their shelter. He kidnapped his daughter at the exit from school and took her away, in connection with which he and his daughter were put on the wanted list. Bro. Scandals and problems with the law. Okay, let's see. 2016 is the dog one. This is the Tatars one. 2015, what is that one? Oh, that's his kid one. Wait, NTV talk show We Speak and Show showed an erotic video, a woman, a dog, and a man very similar to Alexei Panin, but without tattoos on his back. The video, according to the actor, was made by order of the mother of his daughter, Anna. A video of Panin in 2017. A video of Panin walking down the street in women's underwear appeared on the internet. The video, according to Panin, appeared thanks to the mother of his daughter. Oh, hey, just a few days ago, he was detained in Estonia and sent to a sobering center for a drunken brawl. I guess this also happened thanks to the mother of his daughter. In 2014, he supported the annexation of Crimea by Russia. Whoa, he condemned the policy of Ukrainian authorities, announced his desire to visit Donbass and support DPR and LPR. And then he radically changed his view. Why? Why? Huh. Why did he change? Why did he change? What happened to a man? Were the Russians bullying him so much for blowing a dog that like he needed to switch the sides? Was it Russophobia or just a drunken brawl? You never know with Russians. It was Russophobia to arrest him. Grisha gave up his new dream of joining the Navy. He had an actual dream of joining the Navy? Man. Man oh man. Man oh man. What did he replace the dream with? He wanted to join the Navy, he's just gonna be an infantryman or something. Estonians isn't much like Russians. But this one... Okay, fair, actually. I assume you are way more into pop culture. You know what's happening in Russian pop culture a lot more, right? Like, he could be deported to Russia? What did I want to say though? So I assume in Estonia they wouldn't know who he is and what his views have been throughout the years, right? Like how we know Serbian chaos. We know what they're doing. We know what their celebrities are saying. But then you look at it from the outside, like I'm looking at it right now, and you're just fucking lost. He began knocking on doors of strangers, being sure that he was in a hotel, and then he broke dishes. Ah, okay. So basically, Russians don't really like him. But like...
Лированно отвечай. Потом не смогу говорить. А, блядь, чё? Занят рот.
Если бы, конечно, Киркоров не поддерживал бы Путина, если бы он не поддерживал бы этот преступный
This was made
режим,
9
который
days
сейчас...
ago. So like today is... Okay, 5th. Okay. So this was before. This was before the brawl. Okay. In the timeline, this was before it.
Находится у власти в России, который убивает людей в Украине, я бы о нем ничего не сказал. Так же, как бы я бы не сказал о Сухорукове. Но что хотели, то и получили. Я ненавижу таких лицемеров, которые являются открытыми, ну не открытыми, скрытыми геями.
Ну що ж, я вважаю, треба видати державну нагороду позаштатному агенту Нога, який шкварить російських пропагандистів.
И при этом поддерживают режим, который уничтожает права ЛГБТ в России, уничтожает вообще какие-либо права человека. Так что я говорю всегда правду, и о таких лицемерах, как Кучера, я сказал правду. С Кучерой был один нюансик. Журналисты ему неправильно преподнесли, что якобы я сказал, что мы там на Кинотавре с ним что-то творили. Нет, на Кинотавре я Кучеру не помню вообще. Все, что у меня было веселого с Кучерой, это было за пределами Кинотавра.
І Кучера там. Ви розумієте, що вони, всі ці люди, про яких він каже, вони не геї, вони бо, типу, в Росії реально переслідують людей, представників ЛГБТ-спільноти, а в Чечні, яка є суб'єктом федерації, там взагалі, якщо стане відомо, що ти нетрадиційної сексуальної орієнтації, тебе можуть, реально викрасти і вбити. І є кілька доведених випадків. Чи, мабуть, не кілька, а десятки доведених випадків. Тож, я тут з ним погоджуюсь. Вже так склалося, наприклад, що природа так вирішила, що ти таких уподобань, такої сексуальної орієнтації, то ти маєш боротися за те, щоб інші люди мали свободу жити таким життям, а не підтримувати навпаки боротьбу і знищення людей нетрадиційної сексуальної орієнтації. Тож ще раз, Басков, Кіркоров, Кучера, Сухоруков і всі інші пі***ці і мають вмерти. Шановні, саме час поставити закусєння догори цьому випуску. Вікторія Боня! 10,3 мільйони. Вікторія Боня, закрите сообщество кепки і косметика. Вікторію Боню перевіряють на пропаганду наркотиків.
Wasn't the first one also like, she had something like community? How many members of community? What is community? Is that some new Instagram thing? What are community members? Make love? Make love black eyebrowed? Wait, I've seen someone writing about black eyebrows, that it was a term used to refer to Ukrainians. I remember that. There was a term used to refer to them, and they used the explanation of the history of the term to push back against the comments that Ukrainians are blue-eyed, blonde-haired people, because the stereotype of Ukrainians has always been a bit darker. I remember that. But that first word, that is, oh nice, thank you.
Видите, вот так вот, две руки. Посмотрите на них.
Так, две руки, так.
Сделайте это, я вас очень прошу. Вот прям две руки. Вы их видите, смотрите, у вас есть руки. Эти руки...
Ничего не крали.
Это ваши слуги.
Что за крепостное право?
То есть вы можете попить, у меня просто взять книжку почитать.
Я зараз зрозумів, що у мене одна рука упахивається, а інша геть нічого не робить. Майже нічого. Вона там щось може притримати. Типу, щось робити правою, дрочити правою, жопу помити правою. І вона вже така, ми слуги, але чому все я?
Wait, start of the known phrase, make love black eyebrowed, but not with the muscles? Oh. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the context. I kind of want the shirt. Oh, that is great. That's great. I love that.
Не знаю, почесать себя, причесать себя, помыть себя.
Типу, людинка вімкнула світло, поставила камеру і думає, я зараз розкажу щось цікаве про руки.
Это и есть понимание.
Whoa. Man, oh man. Fall in love, black-browed, but not with Muscles? Because Muscles are strangers, they do evil to you. Muscle loves joking will quit. She means he? Go to the Moscow region? Fuck, I need to find a proper translation here, which is not like just lazy English one. Well, like, nice. Oh, I need to find this. In like proper English. Holy shit, thank you so much. I'm so interested in this. I've heard that there are, I was looking into Victoria Melina's writings, and there's really good translations of her poems. And I know someone said that like for lots of Ukrainian writers, it is now becoming easier to find poems translated to English properly, because previously it was quite hard to find good translations, and it was mostly just translations submitted by the people, but not really anything official. So I'm kind of, I really want to look into this. I'm hoping to find something.
Что ты есть. Ты живешь, ты есть, ты можешь посмотреть на руки вот так вот и сказать, я есть.
Вау. І через це і вирішили перевірити на...
You found it? Hey, I would lovely maidens. I fall in love, but not with Muscovites. For Muscovites are foreign folk, they do not treat you right. A Muscovite will love for sport and laughing go away. He'll go back to his Moscow land and leave the maid a prey to grief and shame. It could be born if she were all alone, but scorn is also heaped upon her mother frail and old. The heart in languishing can sing, for it knows how to wait. But this the people who do not see a trumpet, they will say. Oh, all lovely maidens fall in love, but not with Muscovites, for Muscovites are foreign folk, they leave you in a plight. Oh. Wait, so the whole song is like, hey, don't fall in love with Muscles, because they're going to leave you with a kid? He doesn't know how Katerina cries. Perhaps her lover's lying dead beyond the Danube wide, or maybe back in Moscow land he has another bride. Man. Hey. Oh, there's more? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait. He found his kid. Beside the road to Kiev town, a Kobzar sat to rest, with him his guide, a little boy, in rags and tatters dressed. The lad was drowsy from the sun, but had to bear a bag, and while the minstrel sang his song, from passer-by to beg. Whether they rode or walked, all gave some bread and some a coin. Some helped the oldster, but the maids gave coppers to the boy. And as at the beggar boy they gazed, their hearts with pity ached. The lad has such a pretty face, but what a sorry fate. 6 horses drew a carriage proud along the Kiev road. In it a lady with her lord and little children rode. In clouds of dust the coachman reigned, that's where the beggar sat. The lad ran quickly, for the dame had beckoned with her hand. She gave some money to the boy and watched with smiling eyes. The master glanced and turned away. The monster recognized to whom that boyish face belonged, those brows and those brown eyes. The father recognized his son, but coldly turned aside. The lady asked the lad his name. "Small Ivan, ma'am," he said. "What a sweet child." And then away in dust the carriage sped. Man. Oh man, that is heartbreak. Hey, it's also time for me to leave. Holy shit. It's time for me to leave. I have to end the stream. I had to end it before. This was just really, really cool to read. Holy shit. What a great thing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Competing ideologies, Marxists and anarchists who just need to come together and realize they have the same end goal of a free and equal society. Instead of liberals and conservatives who have the same goal of endless capitalist exploitation. Good luck. I think you have a lot more trust in both Marxists and anarchists than I do, because my idea of what their end goal is may be a bit different from your idea of what their end goal is. So, yeah.
Будь ласка, всі, у кого є руки, напишіть коментар та підпишіться вже. Якщо у вас є рука, ви можете цією рукою натиснути на дзвіночок і натиснути на кнопку підписатись. Технік Паша 84, 60 тисяч читачів. Паша Технік, реклама і сотрудничество. Ну хто може в нього купити рекламу? Ну я не знаю. Ну хто? Рэпера Пашу Техника арестовали за татуировку с нацистской символикой. Арестовали на 13 суток. Ну как по ощущениям?
Even that, now that I think about like the whole thing, it's a weird, I think there's something about it's how to say it. I think the way you're looking at Marxists and anarchists is through the lens of a beauty pageant queen. I think what you're doing with them is being like, oh yeah, these people want peace in the world and everything to be nice and great, and for people to be happy forever. It's one of those views which are rather empty and shallow and relatively meaningless. And then to compare it to like the actual criticism of this way that society is set today, I don't feel it's truly fair. I don't feel it's truly fair. You know, I feel that if you ask any member of these political affiliations, let's call them like that, they would have a, you know, poetic beauty pageant queen way of describing what the end goal is. Because none of them really try to follow this path and try to advocate for it in wanting to do something bad. They do have some value priorities as valuable to pursue, and they would be able to talk to them in the same dreamy way in that you are talking about, you know, Marxists and anarchists wanting a free and equal society, you know? So I don't know, it feels like it's kind of unfair to be pitting the idealized version of one side's worldview versus the realistic criticism of the other side's worldview. It feels like it's going to be inherently unfair from the start.
Вау, воно
nice.
так стирається швидко. Прикол.
Как вообще узнали про твою татуировку?
В интернете, там, знаешь, есть телеграм-канал фейковый, короче, и он выкладывает всякие татуировки. Ну и меня переписали, что это мой канал, и я якобы выкладываю татуировки, вот это демонстрация нацистской символики, блядь, типа, ну, молодежь смотрит, ну, типа, ну, пиздец, ну, мне так объяснили, я говорю, каюсь, признаю.
Те, що, блядь, Паша Технік з утра до ночі вмазаний, це не демонстрація. А хрестик намалювали, ну, були історичні події, пов'язані з цим хрестом. Ну, що тепер? Це ж колись було. А тепер людинка просто в слюні кожен випуск. Ой, я бачу цю сексуальну жопку, а це означає, що з нами Kill Me Forks. 427 тисяч підписників. Ох, блін. Трансгендер Kill Me Forks вышел из спецприемника спустя 12 суток.
Простите, у меня вот... как это называется сейчас? В общем, у меня глисты в попе.
Дим, ну, так, и...
Мне нужно что-то, чтобы... А скажите, что есть, я скажу врач, что мне говорил. Они просто у меня, они, получается, прям вылазят из попы, трэш.
Ну, так.
Russian version of prank channels, I guess.
Пацанам, короче, пацаны, блядь, не смотрите на меня, пожалуйста. Не пытайтесь повторить то, что повторил и сделал я.
Дім, я тобі вже казав. Бля, будь ласка, реально. Перефарбуйся назад в білий.
Это там волосы и все остальное, блядь. Это полная хуйта, потому что мы находимся в России, блядь, из-за этого могут дать пизды. Вы понимаете, просто въебать. Да, вот, как, в принципе, очень много людей пытается сделать мне на улице, но пока не получается, да, как бы. Поэтому не повторяйте моих ошибок, если не хотите никаких проблем, чтобы вам набили ебучку, блядь. Потому что вот это все, это не каждому подходит, понимаете, как бы. Это мне нравятся длинные волосы, там, это все, блядь, женская одежда, блядь. Это все такое, это все артистичность, вот это артисты, 5-10, это никак не связано ни со сменой пола, блядь, ни с трансгендерами, хуендерами, блядь. Это просто вот я артист, да, как Верка Сердючка.
Щось я не пам'ятаю, що Вірка Сердючка в аптеці казала, в мене глісти з жопи вирізли, чи срала на камеру. Чи пам'ятаєш цей випадок?
By the way, it's 10 and 7. Holy shit, I actually have to leave. I actually have to leave. I'm giving you the link to the video and I'm running. Holy crap. Let me put on the chat and I have to go. I have to wake up early tomorrow. I have to work. Wait. Let me do this. Okay, fair. Here's your linky, here's your winky, and I'm leaving, okay? I guess we're chilling with the raid, because I'm kind of in a rush. I don't really feel like going to Twitch. I wanted to start doing Twitch raids again, so we could be watching some other people. I'm not really sure who even is streaming at this time, to be honest. I'll probably go check them out when I go to bed. But listen, ending the stream, be back tomorrow with like fresh news and some stuff from today we haven't seen yet. Go watch Thompson if he is still live. I don't know if he is. It's like 10 in the evening. I guess he is. I think he streams until 11. Who the fuck knows? I'm running. So yeah, we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Good luck. As always, stay hydrated.